Standing by.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Complete.
Konnichiwa, ohayo gozaimasu. It's your favorite superstar maniac, the multi-dimensional Tajigen Khaiden, a sentient star clustering VTuber, V-singer form. Shall we say the next part? Let's say it for the stream too. We are many cosmic minds combined to form a single entity on a higher plane of existence. You know, we're not supposed to be saying that every time, like only a few streams here and there. Like the cosmic minds combined part, but now it's become part of it. But like if I'm in a collab, I know it's been a while since a collab, which is crazy to think about, but you know, if we're in a collab and everybody's introducing themselves in the collab, like it's multiple people, I don't get to say, I don't tend to say the cosmic minds combined part. But anyway, great to see you all, Touch Gang. Good time zone, morning, afternoon, evening, maybe even night. I don't know. We are once again ready for FF14 to head into more, I was gonna say FF14 again. Sorry, I'm still kind of loopy. Close enough to wake up time for me. Woke up a bit too, like, you know, too close to the start of the stream. But it's okay. But no, we're going to continue with FF14 4.3 specifically. Stormblood, but you know, 4.3 specifically. Usually now would be the time in which we would continue with 4.4 MSQ. However, we did have some stuff pending that usually would have been on that second stream for each patch, since it tends to be like 2 streams for them, you know, because these things take a while. You know, I'm glad we were able to do those Hildebrand quests on the same stream in which we did MSQ. If possible, we'll do it like that again for 4.4, and if it all goes to plan, it will be next week. Now, that being said, I wanted to continue doing stuff like take a look at the Namas things that were released in there, because I actually have been doing the Ally Society stuff, or well, I was when I was playing more frequently off stream. Yesterday, however, I was able to log in and do quite a few things. I realized I was in over my head when it came to crafting. I wanted to take both a crafting and a gathering class to level 70. The gathering class was the one that was the least far away. I was like level 60 something. And I just had to, you know, take it to level 70, botanist. Leather worker and armorer, though, both of them in the 50s pretty much. And I went all the way to the level 60 quest for leather worker. However, you gotta do something that takes a while, script exchange. Like, I couldn't grasp the whole of it. But then I reread what is needed for the Nemesis quests. And as it turns out, it seems to be, you can just do it as a gatherer. Even if you don't have a crafting class, like, you can do it as a gatherer. We'll see, though. And if not all of it is possible, that's okay. It'll also be left for another stream. Because, you know, the other Ally Society things, whenever I get to a new quest that advances their storyline, it's not one of the daily quests, you know? With the Ananta, the Kojin, it's only those 2, right? I feel like I'm missing someone. It's only the Ananta and the Kojin. We're about to unlock the Namasu, and it will be those 3, right? That will be the trinity of Stormblood Beast Stripes, or rather, Ally Societies, right? But yeah, we'll have all of them, since we're doing our content patch by patch, patch by patch. That's how we're doing it. So yeah, hopefully I make it more frequent, you know, what I'm doing off stream with what I want to show you on the next stream. I still wanted to hopefully do Eureka, the next area of Eureka, or at least, you know, the beginning of it. But I don't think we will. Here's another thing that got released with patch 4.3. Heaven on High. We have done the Palace of the Dead before, so I actually, and you know, you all helped me out with it. I don't remember much of what exactly we did. I was still in such an early stage of the game too. It's been years, literally. But it means I think I do have it at level 50, which is one of the requirements. At least level 50. So Heaven on High is something we could do, but like, I don't know we're gonna go as far as that. But we shall see. Nah, for now, the priority will be in Ally Society stuff, and first and foremost the Namasu, which means we're just going to chill gathering. Not crafting, because again, I still need to do more. I mean, I guess I could level it up without doing the quests, but I will be lacking in some, like, skills and other things. At the very least, I should try to do the Maelstrom thing. I have been a bit better about playing those games off stream and, you know, squeezing in the time for them and all this. Yesterday, I actually wanted to... Had it not been for a few things I needed to, like, get going with in FF14, I would have spent that chunk of time I spent in FF14 playing more Pokemon Violet, because the Terra raids with Wo-Chien have been fun, and I've actually started training up other Pokemon so that it's almost a rotation. But the main team will always be the main team, but now I have a Tinkaton at the level everybody's at right now, which is also in the 70s and 80s. Nice coincidence. But yeah, like, I have a Tinkaton there. I wanted to try a Palapin, but I need to be with someone in a union circle that will need to be set up in a specific way. And yeah, I was actually starting to catch a few Pokemon for the Pokedex. I'll just need to figure out who I'm going to do this with. I know some of you may be able to help me, Tachi Gang, but I may also just do it with, like, you know, strangers, I guess, you know, Pokemon traits and all that. But I shall see. Let me launch FF14 while I'm yapping here. But yeah, you can tell I'm in the more deep voice stage, right? Starting the stream. Before I go all this, because it's also not that far from my human vessel's wake-up time. See, here's the thing. I allowed myself to go to sleep a bit later yesterday, also, because out of nowhere, I got a certain Allurin and a certain Mistweaver suddenly going to F14. Shoutouts to Alluring as always, of course. And I was like, you know what, let's do roulettes with them a little bit because it's fun, and I haven't done it like this off stream in forever. So we did a few roulettes, and something very interesting happened with the random selection that is supposed to be. If you all recall, last stream for FF14 a week ago, we were doing the other content in patch 4.3, which involved, let's switch to the game screen in the meantime, which involved, let me also do this. Yeah, I want to remain at that soon. But yeah, it involved, you know, the group content. Well, actually, yes, Tsukuyomi was not a thing we did last week. I thought it was, but that was 2 weeks ago, rather, because it was part of MSQ. It was still group content, though. No, what we did last week, the Swallow's Compass, the Ridorana Lighthouse. We also had the Great Hunt, which we already had done before, unlocked before, but, you know, for completionism's sake of the group content for this batch, we did it. So in the roulettes, in the Alliance Raid Roulette, which was the second one I did, but it was a funny coincidence. Wish I would have at least taken screenshots or something. Too bad it wasn't recorded, documented for posterity. The shenanigans and all that. Man, look at my Black Mage at level 86. That's so funny. I'm such a high level as Black Mage. What the hell? But yeah. Oh yeah, I shouldn't have gone to sleep as Black Mage. Oh well, yeah, I didn't go to sleep at an inn. I just exited here. No big deal, no big deal. But what was I saying? Blah, 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 blah. Let me remember what I'm saying. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I did like an Alliance raid alone. I was like, okay, before I do a few other things I want to do to have them ready for the stream, I wanted to do a big Alliance raid and get to the Chaos, and it was World of Darkness. And it was interesting because people weren't that strict about the ABC strategy, you know? At belly chain for Cerberus. Maybe things have changed, or maybe most people knew what the hell they were doing. I still died a few times because I'm also rusty. Kind of forgot a few mechanics with the big eye. Angra, what was it called? Well, you know, the big eye. One of the bosses. That's before Cerberus. A few bosses before Cerberus. I think it's the first boss, actually. Anyway. Angra? Manju? Mangra? I don't know. I'm trying to remember the name, but anyway. Sorry, give me a second. So let me check something here. Oh my god. Yesterday also I remembered Alluring about the fact that the guild we're in, the Grand Company we're in, says it still said the Starlight thing, so I said, oh yeah, you might want to change that. And I didn't realize what he put in there. He said he mentioned me, but like, he put, Miss Weaver is the boss now. Also 7.3 is soon TM. Also, Khaiden is Bakshin. I actually had to finish Bakshin O's career. I mentioned it the other stream too. We did it in the DSG stream on Thursday. And it ended well, all things considered. I didn't get all goals finished, but like, we got some amazing wins. The next one will be even better, one has to think. And I started Tokai Teo's story, but I still haven't touched it in a couple days. You could say literally touched it because I have it on my phone too. I did log in on Friday briefly just to get a few things. I think I got a few rewards, I'm not sure. But I didn't do it yesterday. But anyway, back to story time of last night, yeah. And it hasn't even been 12 hours since all that, though it will be soon. But anyway. Yeah, guess what we got for the Alliance raid in the roulette, though? It was my second Alliance raid, but I was happy to do it. Boom, it was the Ridorana freaking Lighthouse. I performed better at the math section, but it was kind of luck. Because I couldn't figure out if it was addition or subtraction. But otherwise, I didn't get any of them wrong. And then before it started again, we were able to take down the boss. They're tanky. They take a while to take down. And they're not just difficult because of the mechanics. Alliance raids are getting tougher. And they're gonna get tougher still, I think. As it should be, I would say. As it should be. In my humble opinion. Now, apart from that, when we did trials, we got Tsukuyomi. And when we did dungeon, we got the Swallow's Compass. It started with the dungeon. Where we got that. High-level dungeon, that is. Regular dungeon? Did we do regular dungeon? I can't remember what the places we did in regular dungeon. No, we did something. I just can't remember what it was. Is there anything that shows the content I did recently? I mean, Wondrous Tales, which is expired anyway. Let me get a new Wondrous Tales. I still wanted to level up Bard, which I still have it as Archer. I finished the Archer quest at level 30, and then I haven't picked them up in forever. That'll be another thing I do off stream when Pokemon Violet is not taking it over. I want to train a lot of Pokemon now. Even with Kitakami in the horizon, we'll be bringing that soon, don't you worry. Oh yeah, what am I doing? I don't need to interact with the Aetheryte. What is that blue quest? I don't know what that is. Anyway. Oh yeah, I will need to consult the wiki to check everything needed for the Namasu quest. So, there are a bunch of quest lines you need to complete to unlock them. We've done them. We went out of our way for them too. As part of the Either current quest Insanity. Some of them anyway. She gave me the new journal, right? What do you have for me this time, Chloe Aliabo? Alright, the usual things on top, right? Circus Tower, very straightforward, the Void Arc, Alexander, the Arm of the Sun, the Eyes of the Creator. Then Binding Call of Bahamut turn 5, I can solo. Maybe I can solo Naval Extreme. No, it's a bit difficult, but maybe. Especially with Black Mage, we're at level 86, right? Thorn March Extreme is a bit difficult to solo. Yeah, the World Leader even more difficult, but I've done it before. Then Earth's Found, I forgot what this was. This is, Odin. You know what the funny thing is? I think I never have done that. I swear. I may have never done that before. So, yeah. Earth's Found, yeah. Yeah, this is a good time to consult the wiki now, isn't it? I wanted to check a few of those things. Which is why I'm being more systematic about what content is being done. As I said, consulting the wiki and all that. Also, don't mind the frames we dropped there. Like, it's because I opened a new, like, tab and turned it into a window, and it's still enough to, like, get something to be a bit choppy for a moment. I feel like I gotta clarify what kinds of frames we're talking about, right? It could be in-game frames, it could be stream frames, and then it could be performance frames, or it could be internet frames, or this and that, right? But a striking opportunity. A lot of these, I'm just going to just say, you know what? At this point, I'm going to do them off stream as well. The previous Ally Society things, we never did at least the unlock quest for them all on stream. I just left them to be completely off stream. Unlock Stone, Sky, and Sea. What is this? Oh, type of solo combat duty. Offers trials tailored to various level duties. Plays will be tasked with destroying a striking dummy. That's actually kind of interesting. Whoa, what is this? By completing these challenges in the allotted time, players can gauge their ability to perform in the duties associated with each challenge. What is this? This is interesting. That's fascinating. Huh. I kind of want to have that unlocked, to tell you the truth. But then I'm getting distracted by this. Oh yeah, and also here, Idleshire, this is where the whole Botanist final quest, really, they literally are the final quest for Botanist, took place. And I still have it as my return point. It's gonna stay that way for a while. Idleshire, now I'm just very fond of it. Chloe is here, everybody loves Chloe. So yes, of course. And Hildebrand and company made a nice home here, though. He's a wanderer. He and Nashu, they're wanderers, but you never know, or at least I don't know yet. They may come into play in later expansions if it hasn't yet. But I was gonna check. Arts found. This is a trial, I imagine, right? Primal Odin. I still haven't even done this. And it was in patch 2.5. Yeah, like, it's not even Fear and Odin in the Shroud. In the South Shroud, tell you what, I'm gonna teleport there and see if it shows up. I've never done it. Can you believe I've never done that? Quite a few things still slip me by, especially if they were that optional. So we're gonna time travel a little bit. This is something that I think should be done on stream, but maybe I have done it. You know, I wanted to try doing Palace of the Dead this week off stream to get familiarized with this sort of thing, because I wanted to get an idea if we are actually gonna go crazy enough to do Heaven on High today. Hopping in real quick to say, first of all, had a lot of fun last night. Also, that recency bias was crazy. Yeah, I was just telling the story, Alurin. It's funny. I think what tells me there isn't actually a thing there, that was just funny coincidence, was that I did do an alliance raid before we did that alliance raid that got us Ridorana Lighthouse, and I didn't get Ridorana, I got World of Darkness. But maybe, you know, party was different, but I don't know. Let me see. Maybe I have done it and I just didn't find it there, and it's been so freaking long that I don't remember. Fear and Odin in the Shroud, like... Yeah. Wait. Has this always been an extreme thing? No, it's not. Oh, it's New Britannia. Right. Never mind. I got it completely wrong. Yes, I've been going to Britannia for a bit as I did the Botanist quest, but we got it caught up to level 70. So, you know what my plan originally was? We may still stick to that, but now I'm curious about this. If it was a coincidence, it was a crazy string of coincidences in a row. I know. Hey, the stars align like that sometimes. You think it's just a gimmick when I tell you stars align in my life all the time? Super stars, I should say. Seriously. The makings of a Gunbreaker. I'm surprised Gunbreaker gets picked up here. Yeah, there it is. I've never done Odin before. Well, Horse Rider of the Apocalypse. Horseman of the Apocalypse. We should try it today. Anyway, have fun. Also, Bakshin! Bakshin! I'll see you around, Alurin, right? Good luck with your Sunday. With everything you gotta do. We should give this a try for sure. The plan was to focus on Ally Society things. Mostly Botanist stuff. Taking it easy with that. And then, if we're going to do major content like a Heaven on High or some insanity like that, it's after that. So we build things up a little bit. But we shall see. For now, I'm gonna leave this here. I did want to unlock at least a training dummy thing. Let me go back to Idleshire and, I don't know, take a look at that. And then I'm also gonna take a look at where exactly we take the Namasu quest. Idleshire. Here. Just gotta learn the tabs. Gotta learn the symbols. I like those symbols. I've always been such a sucker a nerd. I don't know what the word is for these sorts of things, right? But now even more so after I become obsessed thanks to a certain Pokemon, and just realizing what I can do with my shoulder bell sash thingy, with anything that can be turned into a little badge, or a medal, or a patch, you know, something you can wear on your upper clothing like that. Technically on any clothing, but you know, upper clothing is where it would look best. So it's like, let's wear them, let's wear them. Depending on the screen, it may not be that visible on the stream. No rhyme intended, but it can still be great. Perhaps there's that dopamine chase of ADHD, but it's always been nice to have something that displays the achievement. I've never been much of an achievement hunter, like achievements in video games as you know them, right? But, you know, achievements in general, like the word in general, they can be nice. And I guess because achievements usually don't have that notable of a symbol for them, and especially in 14, they just share the same symbol if they're the same category. Whereas when you look at Pokemon and you get badges, they all look so distinct and so damn good. When you put them all together, it looks great. And just individually they work, unless it's the Galar League, which is different because they're supposed to be part of a whole thing you put together by only getting all of them. But yeah. And I become so obsessed with it even more now. Even more so than ever. Condecoration. Condecorated superstardom, baby. Oh yes. Only that if VC Face crashes or we get a freeze or something. Sadly, VC Face doesn't have a way to save prop scenes, whatever you want to call it. I need to see if I can get Binian to properly work. I just needed to... Oof. There was a lot of adjusting to do, and even then I needed to test it because it may be too heavy for my PC after all, with the stream and everything. So that's something to keep in mind. But yeah, I wanted to actually even download, I don't know, either the achievement... where do you see the achievement log, by the way? Achievements, 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 achievements. So be logs, right? No. It wouldn't be collection, would it? It's right there. It's literally the first thing right above character. But anyway, yeah. They share the symbols, right? They do kind of look like they would make great badges, but when I've used them on my own model, they don't look that great. Another thing we have done before is to have the classes I am playing. So you see which ones are playable, right? I guess we would have botanists this time, which I usually wouldn't do because it's about combat classes, aka jobs. Yeah, Fear the Reaper 7, achieve botanist level 17. Didn't stop, made it pop, complete the Ridorana Lighthouse. There we go. Oh yeah, I wanted to read the lore about the Ridorana Lighthouse, because there's lore that you can read, but, well, who's gonna stop and do that, right? A lot of players are understandable of that sort of thing. You watching cutscenes, but it is a bit too much still to stop and read lore like that, especially in a big alliance raid. Though, to be fair, if you're DPS in that big alliance raid, one DPS viewer might not be the end of the world. Not the best thing, but, you know, don't just take DPS for granted, that's for sure. But yeah, anyway. And yeah, I have this quest here. I still gotta do it from the Master Leatherworker 3 recipes. And ooh, so there's a whole system, complexity. And so let's take a look at this thing. Why not? Let's just do the whole thing and let's see. Core, I know you. You're one of them half-mad adventurers what roams about, picking fights with gods and every bugger else. Well met, well met. Love your work. But you're just one of them Baggerai craze killers, am I right? Hells, for all I know, might be they're the ones that do the work while you're sharing the credit. Now, killer, don't take it personally or nothing, but I've seen it before. When it's all blood and shite and explosions, it can be hard to tell if you're pulling your weight. That's why I've been training up in Stone, Sky, and Sea. Stone, Sky, Sea, rather. That's a very good description of it, when it's all blood and shite and explosions. It can be hard to tell if you're pulling your weight. It can be hard to tell if you're dealing enough damage sometimes, right? Again, why? Hey, wait. Let's remind you, don't take DPS for granted. Don't let the daft name fool you. It's a proper training ground, where fighting folk like me and you can go to refine our killing prowess. If you've never been, go and look for the goodly fella out past the back bridge. He'll tell you the rest. You won't regret it. I'm gonna remain as Black Mage, but yeah, you know, I'm actually wearing the outfit that I got from Dairu Mieku. It's the Dairu Mieku outfit. I need repairs. Let me get repairs first because it's easier to do them while I'm wearing the equipment. Otherwise, I gotta go tab by tab. Well, I still need to do that actually. I got a lot of deaths and a lot of heavy stuff last night. Doing roulettes and dying. This is why I don't take away the Sprout. I let the game take it away when it's time to take it away, and it may never be. Or at least it won't be for a long time. Right now, when I reach Dawn Trail, when I finish Endwalker, I think that's the point in which you get this removed naturally without you needing to put something, right? By that time, that I will still be a Sprout because now a new expansion will be out at least. We'll see. Ithaca, Ithaca. I keep saying Ithaca. The poem. Which is all about telling you the journey is more important than the destination. That being said, it's always important to mention, no rhyme intended there, you still need to have a destination. No rhyme intended, but that's perfect because it's a poem we're talking about. It is still important to mention you still need to have a destination. Hey, we keep talking about obsession with badges in Pokemon, right? Getting the 8 badges. Though sometimes you get more than that, you get the Pokemon League, right? But then in Scarlet and Violet, there's 5 badges for Titans, 5 badges for Team Star. I love what they did there, by the way. There's that. It ends up being 18 badges, so you do have every single type represented. That's what's so fun about that. But you know, it's not exactly 18 gyms either, and that's also what's so clever. I'm really hoping like they do something like that in Legends EA as well. Some way they do introduce a challenge unique to each type, if that makes sense, without taking away from the gym challenge. Although, if there's any game that wouldn't have that, it's that one. Actually, I want to take a look at the Bulbapedia for something. Yeah, not sure if you're noticing, like, encoding gets overloaded for a moment, right? So maybe a frame or 2 drops. It's nothing too drastic, it's just for a moment, but it's like, I'm taking a look at another window and all that. This is why I don't have PokeClicker open, which we have been opening on the stream and all that for BRB screens. You know what, I may be fully finished with showing that on stream because I think that weird audio glitch we've been having maybe was because of that. Yesterday it happened again while I was on a Discord call with the Learning Company that we were just talking about. Once I closed that damn thing, I didn't have that happening again. So if that's the culprit... Learning told me something about admin mode. He said, when you have a program that's in admin mode and another that is not, conflict can happen. To me, it looked like it was the opposite of that. That it was multiple programs at admin mode, and for different reasons, they need admin mode, I guess. OBS, I always have in admin mode. Some games kind of require that, unless, you know, you want to go for display capture, which I don't. Star Wars The Old Republic was a game that did that. Genshin was another one. Not that I've done a lot of Genshin, but yeah. And The Old Republic hasn't been seen in forever, but still. Been an important part of what we've done, you know. But yeah, bug, grass, electric, water, normal, ghost, psychic, ice. That wasn't for the Pokemon League. And then Starfall Street, dark, fire, poison, fairy, fighting. They did not have a gym. And hell, some of these even had another type expert in the region. There's 2 fighting type experts. Dendra the Professor and the Team Star person, Eri. Then Path of Legends, Rock, Flying, Steel, Ground, Dragon. And you do have a badge for every single type. But some of these are also represented through the Elite Four, for example. And yeah, with Rock, you don't fight the type expert until the Academy Ace tournament, and even then it's kind of RNG. It's Time. Time is her name, I mean, Tyme. And part of me just leaking my obsession of Pokemon into this. Yeah, but for example, there's a fairy... Oh, actually, come to think of it, dark, fire, poison, fairy fighting. They're all the Team Star type experts, but none of them are in the Elite Four. I thought at least one of those, or not the type experts, but like the types. I thought one of those was at least Elite Four, but no, all the Elite Four types are represented in the Titans instead. Flying, Steel, Ground, and Dragon. That's interesting. Yeah, because it would have been too repetitive. Otherwise, you would have had a fight against the trainer with that type and the Team Star thing, and then again the same thing in Elite Four, just a different lineup. Whereas the Path of Legends is about fighting a boss Pokemon of that type. Maybe another type too, but you know, the main type is that one. And it also maybe terrestrialized in a way that I can't remember. They didn't terrestrialize, they just became huge in size and became boss Pokemon as a result. But yeah. I'm digressing though. I'm at least going to open the Namasu daily quests tab on the window here. Hopefully having yet another window with multiple tabs doesn't like add more lag or scuff or something. Anyway. But yeah. Similar to the Ixos, Moogles, or Dwarves. Wait, when did we get Dwarves? What the heck? Oh, that's probably in a later expansion. Ah, spoilers, spoilers. Yeah. I think I know what they're talking about there. Ugh. Anyway, these quests for the Namasu are for dice pools of hand, but unlike the Moogles and Dwarves, they can also be done as dice pools of land. That's good news. But for Shadowbringers, I'll definitely need to have a crafter at level 80 by the time we start doing those. First time, at least. I'll get to it for sure. I still wanted to pick up Weaver. I got Leather Worker and Armorer. I wanted to have the Holy Trinity of Fashion Fantasy. Not counting weapons, just, you know, armor, Leather Worker, Armorer, Weaver. And I was still considering picking up something like Alchemist, but we're gonna have to slow down there. Because look at this inventory. This is all crafting stuff. And it's cumbersome to keep going back and forth with a retainer, retrieving the damn things. So I have them with me at all times. But like, I need to do something with this damn card, don't I? At this rate, I'm gonna destroy that card. Sometimes I can't be bothered to go to the Gold Saucer, but... Now. Gapping Detour is finished here. Let's talk to the goodly adventurer outside Idleshire. Goodly adventurer. The Xenotaph. I don't know why I say it with Z, but there you go. So yeah, now that I like reached that full endgame of vanilla, right? In Violet, Pokemon Violet, and they have an event going on which surprises me. I thought they were finally gonna end their support. I think they will once Legend CA fully releases. This is the last event they're maybe gonna do that involves like Terra raids and stuff. And now, Legend CA. How did they do it with Sword and Shield, I wonder? Or even Legends Arceus? Did Legends Arceus have anything like that? Maybe Legends ZA will not have that either, because the difference is that it's real-time combat. It's not turn-based. Kind of more difficult to synchronize with other players, you know? Even the slightest bit of lag might be worse, and like... I find there's a little bit of... Maybe not lag, but like, you know... online delay... when I have been doing Terra raids with other people, which so far have only been the Wo-Chien raids. Haven't done any others. Haven't tried anyway. Let's take a look at this then. It would be good to have this practice thing. And see how we perform. You there, good sir! You look like you enjoy bathing in the blood of your enemies. Have you perchance heard about Stone, Sky, Sea? You see, as part of an initiative to reduce the number of disputes the Adventurers Guild has been forced to arbitrate between members who accuse their comrades of not contributing sufficiently to... Let me try again. He who fights with strength of stone unyielding, breathes deep of boundless sky, and embraces serenity of rolling sea. Against him, none can stand. Sorry, that's what the Doman fellow told me to say. I don't quite understand it myself, but he seemed to think it was all very clever. Right, so, in essence, we got these ridiculous contraptions that you attack in whatever manner you deem fit. Each is supposedly tailored to the strength of some legendary beast, or being some madman decided to challenge... Or being some madman decided to challenge once upon a time. The madman might have been me. Speaking of which, I believe one should be dropping in right about now. Oh, literally dropping in, isn't it? This should be interesting. Wait. Oh. Oh! Oh, we go straight for it. Okay. I'll never get tired of this song. It was based on FF3, right? I keep forgetting which FF it is. No, it's gotta be FF3. I'm like 90+% sure. Ooh. I need to find which song, what the name of this song was again. It's kind of like, if you want to find a specific song in the soundtracks, like in a music service, so it won't be, even in music YouTube, where it's gonna pick YouTube videos. It's not gonna be named, you know, Limsalo means a theme. It's gonna have a specific theme, for example. You gotta really learn like the unique names they gave them. And it's not like, for example, Sonic Adventure soundtracks, where they tell you they have a unique name for the song, a creative name. Like, for example, what could be an example? What could be an example? Mr. Unsmiley. But there's no stage called Mr. Unsmiley in Sonic Adventure 2. Which one is it referring to? Okay, it's probably somebody from the Dark Story because of the name. Ah, but it also tells you ellipsis for Sky Rail. Now you know. And so it brings both names in there. But yeah. Apparently, the first time they dropped one of those was an accident. The trainees love this so much they started doing it all the time, though. Right, so each is tailored to the strength of a legendary fiend. The idea being that if you can defeat the dummy, you can defeat the fiend. In principle, that is, dummies don't hit back after all. But who gives a fig about any of that, eh? I nearly forgot the best part. It's free! Yay! I just wanted this unlocked. I want to take a look at it because I should make more use of this damn thing. Stone, Sky, and Sea. I like the reason why it was named that way. You now have access to Stone, Sky, Sea. This training ground can be accessed by speaking with a goodly adventurer outside Idleshire. Wait. Oh, I thought I would find it in Duty Finder or something. I'll have to try to remember this. I'm probably gonna forget about this sooner than later. Let me check something. Also in the wiki or... Pardon if you've seen like a frame or two drop. Until we get the full PC upgrade saga finally happening. But what was I gonna check? Okay. I think I've seen everything I need to see there for now. I'll take a look at it again for the Namasu stuff. So, you don't get to choose? You don't get more choices than this? So, okay, level 60. This would tell me what it's like in a level 60 dungeon, I guess. DPS roll. Basic training? What do you mean basic training? Is it like the novice guild? What was it called again? Well, you know, the thing at level 15 or so. The thing that gives you the best armor at level 15. Palace of the Novice? I forget. You know the thing, you know the thing. Actually, it's accessible somewhere, right? Kind of curious now. We're really taking a lot of detours today. Hall of the Novice. Hall of the Novice. Right. I'm curious to see what basic training is meant to be. Just a basic dummy and like no specific objective or, you know, boss in mind. Yeah, okay. Oh, challenge begins in 1 minute? Wait. Or now it's begun because I started it. Yeah, it's gotta be within the time limit. Obviously, it won't be as active as an actual, like, fight in a trial, raid, or something like that, but... yeah. This is how we warm up. Rather than have a striking dummy out in the middle of nowhere, which is also helpful, I think it's best if we instead do this sort of thing. Although, it is gonna have my full power. I recently acquired this new skill called Amplifier. Grants Polyglot. I forget what this is for. The thing is, I won't be using it most of the time. Yeah, level 86. It's gonna be a long time before we get into the content that has that level, right? It's gonna be Endwalker in the middle of it, I think. Yeah. Clear the challenge, I guess. But that tells me that I'm fine for, like, basic level 60 stuff. I don't know if that was meant to be a boss or a regular mob in a dungeon or kind of both, or... oh, and, like, we keep going? Wait. Ooh, how does this work? We return to the Goodly Adventurer, or I go to another arena and they drop another one. Do they? I'm waiting for some missile to come crashing down from the sky. Training dummy missile, I mean. Missile. I like saying both pronunciations. But no, there's nothing else. It would be another challenge that does that. Let's take a look at the other challenges then. There were challenges tailored around Alexander. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at the wiki entry. You know what? I think they're tailored around that because we're in Heaven Sword. So there's gotta be other versions of it, surely? Huh? Stone, Sky, and Sea is a highly imperfect measure of player potential in the relevant duty. The exercises are undertaken solo. It will not consider player damage in a vacuum while in a party stage setting. Buff using alignment are critical for optimizing damage. Yeah. But that's to be expected, kind of. Is there no version of this? Okay, there's a version of it for later patches. Circles of Answering. Release in Stormblood. At Ralger's Reach. Well. Yeah, because it doesn't take level scaling into account. Item level going down. This will still be something helpful. Why don't we go to Ralger's Reach then? Don't worry, we'll soon actually get into the content we aim to do today. Main thing will be to do those Ally Society things. Just chilling. Mostly, if not only, single player content today. Next week, it may still not be 4.4 MSQ, but we shouldn't delay it too much, right? I think it would be. Safe to say, it will already be August. You know, we want to start it with a bang as well. I know the Striking Opportunity will be the name, right? And then we'll have to unlock one for Shadowbringers, but there you go. Starry-eyed Alamigan. Okay. Khaiden Tajigen, hero of the Resistance. Greetings and well met. I wish to thank you for your countless deeds in service to our cause, and share with you an opportunity which I believe may be of interest to you. There is a great and wise man, a veteran of countless battles, who waits for you outside Ralger's Reach. Go to him, and he will unfold all. But yeah, I got to wear the Diary Miyaku outfit as Black Mage, but I'll stop wearing it soon. I'm also gonna do, you know, things as Botanist. Oh, there's Sonny. I never did get to do this either, did I? Ah, yeah, he was mentioning... Interesting. He was in the Botanist quests. This has got to be related to something else. Give me a second. Secret of the Ooze. Ooze. I missed yet another damn fucking quest, it seems. Saint Mosien's Arboretum, but the hard version. Nah, we should still try to do some group content, huh? I'm gonna write these down. Saint Mosien's Arboretum. And this is like after we did the Botanist thing. Funky Afro Man. And like, I'm pretty much dressed as a cowboy for the Botanist quest. So it's like very interesting, the Botanist vibes we get in here. Feels like Cowboy Bebop. For some reason I recall a character in Cowboy Bebop. I've never actually seen it, but I seem to recall a character having an afro. But I was wrong. But it has the sort of vibes where there could be a character like that. Or maybe there was one, but not in the main cast. I quickly googled Cowboy Bebop just to see. And no, like, the protagonist has a fun hairstyle, but not an afro by any means. I mean, it's anime hairstyle. I have an anime hairstyle. You know, it's still so funny how in Scarlet and Violet, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, you're surrounded by so many multicolored people. I mean, multicolored haired people. And you can never do the same with your hair. But Legend ZA is finally gonna fix that. Anyway, Secret of the Ooze, Sonny, Earth's Found, Gridania, Person. We're catching up on those dungeons we haven't done either, but we may not do it today. And I might even be okay doing it off stream completely, but we'll see. We're missing out on the content! We'll see. For now, stand strong and unified. Best that we just leave through here then? The normal way? I'm gonna sprint. I could mount up, but I'm gonna sprint. This is why I'm being more aware of, like, blue quests. That's for sightseeing, which I am okay leaving for off stream. Well, I think it's sightseeing. It may not be. It's a level 60 quest too. That's interesting. The sightseeing log. Like, I did have it up unlocked, but I never did much else with it. Battle-scarred veteran. It is you, the legendary adventurer instrumental in the liberation of our homeland. Aye, though it took an army to see it through, I have heard tell of your singular accomplishments, both here and in faraway lands. I know the type. You're a warrior through and through, ever searching for a new challenge. A man who lives for those moments when all hangs in the balance. Did I say something odd? No, of course not. Not far from here is a place where monks of the Fist of Ralgar once honed body and spirit. The Circles of Answering. and by the grace of our Doman patron, it is reborn. He who fights with strength of stone unyielding, breathes deep of boundless sky, and embraces serenity of rolling sea. Against him, none can stand. And yeah, the person that mentioned it in Heaven's Sword said it was somebody from Doma. There we go. Now it comes together. To wit, you will face striking dummies possessed of the fortitude of fantastic fiends and other worldly foes. Attack them with your might and main, and should you triumph in the allotted time, you will know you have the strength to defeat them, though you may still die in the process. They are dummies after all and will not hit back, but that goes without saying. Doubtless you are intrigued. When curiosity overwhelms you, I shall deliver you to stones, sky... Well, it is still the circles of answering in name, but you must nevertheless embrace the wisdom of the elements to overcome your trials. Oh, how foolish of me. I forgot to tell you the best part. It's free. You still have to interact with the NPC, though. Feels like it could have been something in Duty Finder. You just don't do it with other players, maybe. But yeah, I can see why it's like this. So, I wanted to switch away from Black Mage, but before doing that, I can't do it here, right? I wanted to do this with another class, but because I wanted to switch the what I was doing as Black Mage. It's too bad there's no version of this for a Realm Reborn. But I mean, I think it's safe to say any Realm Reborn trial on Extreme, I should be able to solo. This is mostly to see if I can solo things. At least with Black Mage here. Yeah, I've soloed Coils of Behemoth. I've soloed Extreme Trials like this one. You know, mostly for Wondrous Tales. And I'll do it again probably because I'll level up Bart. Soon TM. And also for when I was getting the Stardust Rod for the first time. I still haven't taken it past that first, like, tier. When it comes to relic weapons. It gets more complicated from there. But I don't need it to be anything more than this anytime soon. Or ever. Yeah, we get all the Omega escapes. If I haven't unlocked it though, it doesn't show up here. Like for example, the Minstrel's Ballad, Shinri's Domain. I doubt I'm good enough for this. Or wait, no. I'm at level 86, right? I don't think this is still good enough. But can I solo this? That's the question. Wait. We're actually going to activate the ley lines first. I think that's a better way to do it. They don't hit back, but it's still going to give me a good ATM. Like, here's the thing. One of the flaws of this system is that it's a dummy. They mentioned it. There's other things that it doesn't take into account, of course. You're doing it solo. So if you beat the striking dummy, it doesn't really give you a good measure that you're actually going to stand a chance at the duty you're practicing for. But you know what that also means? That if you don't beat the striking dummy, that you have a lot of trouble beating it within the time limit, then that means you're definitely going to fail at the duty. You couldn't do it in these conditions, you're not going to be able to do it in the real thing. So it's still helpful. It looks like I am going to be able to beat this thing, though. And yet, Limit Break is a thing that can be done. Okay, I see what this is for, I think. I'm getting more used to my MMO gaming mouse, you know? Still learning it better. I could be mapping the keys better than I have them mapped. Maybe I'll just never do that at this rate, but yeah. And right now, the thing is, right now it's easy for me to kind of... So it's 8 buttons on the side of it, right? But it's kind of difficult to tell which are which. They kind of made them feel different enough, but also not that... They're also not that different. Maybe I'll get one of those little things you can stick on some of them. To give them ridges or whatever it's called. But yeah, so like I have to take a moment to run my thumb through them a little bit. But right now it's so easy to do because like, this is a dummy, nothing else is striking at me, like it's all fine. Yeah, okay. But then there's mechanics as well. I don't think I'd be able to do Shinryu, Minstrel's Ballad unsynced. But there it is now. It's worth something, it's worth something. Mate, what the hell are you wearing? You're a monk? What the hell is that outfit, dude? Monks are not dressed like that. What the heck did I get myself into training that class? We never saw anybody dressed like that when we did monk quests. Like, certainly not in the Stormblood quests. Anyway. Yeah, I wanted to do some of these. Oh yeah, I have the next Ananta quest ready to unlock. But first and foremost, I still wanted to go and do. What if I just run back into Raggar's Reach? I can do it, right? You know what? Since I've done it like this. Yeah, like how it was hidden in here, right? But then tragedy struck. They still found it. They may have known about it for a while. That's okay. We recovered. We recovered. All right. The glamour plate I wanted to go back to is the one from the Sigma Escape. I also changed my glamour plates a little bit, the way I wanted to change them. There's still some of the changes I need to do, but main thing I wanted to do was to leave 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 as the quote-unquote seasonal saga arc outfit for each of the main 5 jobs. In other words, combat classes. What I mean by that, those terms, you know, saga outfit, is that it's an outfit specifically for that class, for that job, yes. Or that role, rather. More the role than the job in some cases. In this case, this is the antiquated armor for Monk, so it's only that, but it's not always going to be one of those. Like, for example, this is very good for Black Mage, but it can also be used by a Red Mage, Summoner. I mean, you can dye it, right? Oh, no, wait, no, this is not the dyeable version. It's so perfect for Black Mage, then. More fitting than Summoner, more fitting than, you know, Red Mage, I would say. What is PCT? Pictomancer, right? But anyway. That's why I don't need to do the dyeable version of this anytime soon. But anyway. It's meant to be as close enough to the latest content I've done. That's why I've been saying the Solos Compass, you know, the Redrun Lighthouse, I want to do maybe some glamour runs for them. It doesn't need to be literally the latest thing, but ideally that. So outfits that are based on 4.3 are ideal, but barring that, okay. Stormblood is fine. 4.0, the antiquated outfit. And I may take these out of glamour because they may be usable in Eureka. I just wasn't sure how the whole thing worked exactly still. So this is the Astro outfit. And we have this as the antiquated one, antiquated constellation. But it looks so damn good. Don't let the antiquated part of the name fool you. Sigma Escape, or rather Carborundum. And I have the Stardust Rod with it, right? Let me see. Yeah, it's just on the weapon manually, which is the Augmented Skaven one still. That one changed for a long time. And what else? That's for Black Mage. This is for Dark Knight, Dairu Miyaku. It ended up so well. Monk, again, the antiquated armor. I may change this one. And this will eventually be for Bard, but this Welkin robe for Astro is so good. I want to put it elsewhere. I may replace the antiquated Black Mage outfit. I just gotta remember to do that. Yeah, I got this one here. I was going to replace the Final Fantasy 16 outfit. This rate I'm just not gonna wear it again. As nice as it looks. It actually looks kind of nice on me. This is meant for Crafter and Gatherer. For Gatherer, rather, but I've continued to wear the Cowboy outfit as Botanist, as you'll see in a little bit, but I may have to go for something different. Anyway, enough of that yapping. We're reaching the first hour of the stream and I haven't even started the Namasu stuff. No, we've done good things though. These are important things to talk about too. Namasu daily quests. Courage, the Cowardly Lupin. Okay, one size. We did those already, if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully I'm not. The quest I'm supposed to acquire is called One Size Fits All at the Azim Step. Seigetsu the Enlightened. Let's have a look here. The Azim Step. 3 different locations. Let's see what the best one is. If I need to teleport to another one, I'll just do that. You know, Mistweaver has been so nice to me, giving me stuff from like sub income from the guild house. And I still need to properly learn how to do that. He sent me a tutorial, I just need to kind of take a look at it again. But I don't see a quest for that. It would be blue, right? Purple Rain, what is that? Huh, it's a reference to Prince, isn't it? It's meant to be like Purple Rain, Purple Rain. Yeah. Now that I say it out loud like that, I think I got it. I haven't heard that song enough. You know, I gotta actually learn it. It's named Purple Rain, and I made a tweet the other day in the Kamen Rider Daily account, which is currently kind of dead. Not that I want it to be, but it's partly because there's now an official English account, Kamen Rider Global, and they're doing a splendid job. And I'm like, what can I bring to my account now that they don't? Maybe it doesn't need to be that different anyway, but okay, I can't find the damn quest, so it seems like maybe I didn't unlock it. Maybe our focus today will be different then. But it seems like perchance to Hanami, both in Yangxia. Yeah, so... Oh wait, Courage the Cowardly Lupin. No, I think I haven't... Wait, have I done that one? Namasu Unlock Quest. It starts with that one, maybe. Yangxia. Yangxia, however you say it. I can't pronounce it. I'll go to Namai. I know there's a few parts of the map I haven't uncovered, but I don't think it's that. Let me see if I can figure it out. It's these two, yeah. It's those two. Okay, but yeah, they also had prerequisite questlines before them. But no, I remember now. I did leave them for when we were gonna do it here. And now's the time. Let's do it now. Okay, actually, I see the levels in that, and like, they take place in the middle of Stormblood, actually. But better late than never. So yeah. Perchance to Hanami. Oh, they're talking about this, aren't they? Tell me, have you met the Namasu that live in Yusuka Manor? The manor can be found to the southwest of Namai. It was originally home to a wealthy family. However, they were murdered when the Empire attacked. These days, a group of Namasu live there. They visit Namai every now and then, coming to trade fish with us. They have shown an interest in some of the trees around here, so I have thought to give them a seedling in return. Although the road to the manor is long and fraught with danger. Would you mind if I ask you to deliver it in my place? If you are willing to help, please collect a seedling and vial of wood vinegar from in front of Fukudo's house. The wood vinegar will help them repel insects. Please deliver everything to a Namasu named Gyotai. And we also get another quest here. Courage the Cowardly Lupin. So before we talk to this Fukudo fellow... Oh no, wait, we do talk to him either way. And yet, reference to Courage the Cowardly Dog. All the references they make in so many quest names, they must have had a lot of fun doing these names. I don't know how it works with translation sometimes. I gotta learn more of that because I'd be very interested in a job related to it. Though it would be English and Spanish for me, but you know, I don't know if the person or people that do translation are separate from the person or people that do localization. Sometimes I think it actually varies. Sometimes it's different people, sometimes it's the same person, but or the same team, but it's like mostly the localization team, right? Makes me think they must have had fun also with the names in Japanese. The wiki doesn't tell you the names in Japanese for like quest names, I think, which is a shame. Wish they had that somewhere. I think they do for expansions at least, but not for this. They just don't. I remember seeing the name of an expansion before in Japanese. No, a patch, rather. But I didn't get it from the wiki. I got it from... Where did I get it from? For example, let me open the 4.1 page. The Legend Returns. I think I went to the official website and I saw like the Japanese language version of it, or... There's no option to change the language from there, right? Like, it's an entirely different website at that point. Ooh, I haven't followed their Blue Sky account. I just saw they have a Blue Sky account. Just realized that. They still... I was gonna say they still haven't revealed the release date for 7.3. They have. It's August 5. Tuesday, August 5. No, yeah, you did tell me on the stream before, didn't you, Teji Gang? That was last week. Yeah, you told me. Okay. I do not recall having seen you before. Would you happen to be a traveler? If so, may I request some of your time? Have you heard of the Lupin? They are a race that appears to be half man, half wolf, and are known for their skill in combat. They have long served the king of Doma. However, when Doma fell to the Empire, many of them were conscribed into the Imperial Army. Those who refused were forced to live out their lives as bandits. There is one family of Lupin that have called Namai their home for many a generation. They have acted as the village's protectors on countless occasions. We could not have survived without their aid. Their current oldest son had been the family's backbone up until he too was forced to enlist. Only the mother and her younger son remain now. The whole village expected the youngest to pick up where his brother left off. Sadly, he turned out to be one of the weakest Lupin I have ever seen. He has been unable to help the village in any way, much less protect it. The ferocious appetite his kind possessed was looked upon kindly back when they kept the village safe. But people are not so understanding when the Lupin give back nothing in return. Even so, considering he spends most of his time looking after his sickly mother, I do not believe he is deserving of the villagers' ire. Assuming you are not just passing through, would you be willing to help the young Lupin? My thanks. The boy I would have you help is named Kurobana. He lives up on that hill to the west. Kurobana. Alright. Let me take a quick bio break here as we run the 3 minutes of ads. That we gotta run at the top of the hour or so. We're just in time pretty much. So yeah, let me do it. Gotta hydrate some more. I haven't hydrated that well today. I have been taking some coffee here. That's what I've been taking. Let's make sure we hydrate well. I need to hydrate more than I realized. Yesterday, I did it super well. Super well. But of course, it's a lot harder to do when you're actually on stream like this. But yeah, I have my water filled. I'll just have to make sure I keep doing that. But for now, stay tuned. BRB. Omatase shimashita. Thanks for waiting. Hopefully it wasn't too long. I am taking like a snack or two also in between. My breakfast was light. So it's like, I want to keep things a certain way for the human vessel in between. Oh, also give me a second, wait. But yeah, checking a few things here off screen. But I'm also making sure to hydrate as much as I can. Anyway, let's continue the quest right here, right away. These things will be for the Namasu over there. But we also take a look at Courage, the cowardly Lupin. They didn't say his name was actually Courage, did they? No, I don't think so. That would be even more on the nose. That would be kind of crazy. Man, you know, as much as the FF14 re-obsession is kind of returning, Pokemon Violet makes me think, oh, I'm gonna ride my Miraidon and we're gonna climb up the wall like this. Instead of the way I just did it with this mount. Here's my Naruto boy. How are you doing, boy? Still got a ways to go, don't you? I'll never forget what that woman did to us. But as long as Asami is happy, that's all that matters. Well, I mean, you're not supposed to be happy over her death either, but, the good news is she's dead. Good and bad news, kind of. She seems so sad. All she wanted was a Persimmon. And she did remember who she was, and she was after destruction, death, mayhem. It came from like a place where you can sympathize with her, but she's also... You sympathize with her... That's why she was written so well. You sympathize with her, but you know she's so far gone. To the extent that you'll never stop being a villain, will you? And thus we will need to keep taking you down, and well... Because she transformed into Tsukuyomi the way she did... When we did take her down there, she was gonna die either way. Well, it was her brother that kinda did that, but... He was a fool. Now, however, let's see what falls out from here. Oh yeah, I wanted to change out of the Black Mage outfit, but... Well, not for now, I guess. Do you have business with me? Kurobana. Ah, the old man put you up to this. He certainly enjoys meddling in the affairs of others. It is as he says, I am not much of a fighter. My bite is as soft as a Muggle's. Of course, I would love to protect the village just like my brother, but there is a reason he was conscribed and not I. The only thing I am good at is gathering herbs for my mother. I spend the rest of my time trying not to get in the way of the other villagers. This is why this figures into the Namasu stuff, because this is about gathering, right? Hey! You know, I'm something of a botanist myself. Crafting will figure into the other one, though. As long as I don't have to do any crafting at this level, we'll be fine. If we do, though, then we'll have to stop and we won't be able to unlock everything. But we'll see. At any rate, if you have no further business with me, I must head off to grind some herbs to make mother's medicine. Now that's crafting there. From botany to alchemy, they definitely complement each other, right? Kurobana could do with a confidence boost, try to rally his spirits. I gotcha. Rally. I may actually have it as one of my emotes there. Yeah, I've done this one before, but I'm not sure. I have no idea why you are so interested in me, but fine. I shall do battle with one of the nearby beasts if that will satisfy you. That is not to say I will prove Fukuda wrong. I am merely doing this to show that you should not have expected aught of me. Perhaps I'll need to be Dark Knight or Astro after all. I want to be one of those two while I'm doing this. And since I've been kind of rusty with Astro, especially if I need to do some combat right now... Wait, what? Oh, no, I got it wrong. I changed the glamour instead of the... Happens so damn often. Or actually, I'm surprised it hasn't happened as often as this. Thankfully, we're in an area where we can change it. Gotta be careful because... Eureka sets, right? You gotta be particular with them. What is this? Wait. Look at that, there is new equipment to go for. Okay, and apply. I probably forgot to update it in some way. Okay. I think I did come up with a portrait for Archer, which hopefully soon TM will become Bard. Yeah. The Maniac Manor outfit. Doesn't look like it's related to that. But once you know that it's related to that, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But it looks more like it's an outdoor. If you're gonna call anything a beast tribe, is, you know, I look at the beast tribe name and I think you get cosmetic rewards. I would expect it to look like this. But no, it's not that. But yeah, let's wear this fantastic astrologian outfit. Antiquated armor. If we make use of it in Eureka in some way, then, you know, we'll leave it for that. I won't glamorize anything, so we can use it there. But I will also get another one from the latest content, quote-unquote. Do glamour runs for it, depending on what it is. No, I'm not gonna aggro these creatures. I'm level 78 as Astro. Hopefully having like at least 3 different DPS classes. Jobs. And 5 overall. Will allow things not to be so over-leveled all the time. But as I said, when I'm doing new content, or rather new group content... Whoa! Since I was falling before I mounted up... Oh, that's interesting. I thought it would actually let me fly in the middle of the fall. But it doesn't work that way. That's the first time I've ever had that happen. Like, the fall was already happening before the mount actually appeared. So it didn't let me fly. I thought it would work that way. A lot of video games are like that. This is not one of them. Okay, let's do this one first. Let's do this one first. You know, you ever do that? Like, what could be an example? Yeah, Pokemon Violet, I guess. Like, if I just drop down from a hill. But I already have to be mounted up with Miraidon in the first place. Or Koraidon, it could also be. But since it's Violet, in my case it's Miraidon. Then yeah, you don't have to jump first. You can just fall down and then you keep floating from there. Or you push another button and then it turns into flight or gliding. Like, I recall there was a platformer, a Mario game maybe? Like... like, I get the raccoon tail in the middle of a fall, and then I can start, you know... You can't fly without building momentum, but you can at least hold yourself aloft in the air a little bit longer. Alright. So, let's remember here, shake off the rust for Astro a little bit. I'll try to spend some time with this again and read the buffs for the cards, be more efficient with them. Oh yeah, I should bring Cosmo with me. Of course, I'm just gonna apply all buffs to myself here, because why not? I mean, who else is gonna get them? Cosmo would have been the other one, my Chocobo. This is what's reminding me to bring him out. Just the one Gizzle Green. Since I end up dismissing him or let him be dismissed, because sometimes, you know, it kind of gets in the way. Terrible way to phrase it. I kind of feel bad saying it that way, but yeah. I love my dear Cosmo. Thank you for intervening. I do hope you have seen enough now to accept that Fukudo was right. I am not and never will be a warrior. Fukudo is my brother in name only. Now please, leave me be. Tell Fukudo that you helped me and I once again proved to be hopeless. Ah, so many confidence issues. With all great botanists and gatherers here, it seems. The botanist storyline for Stormblood. That, funny enough, had a lot of involvement in Idleshire, a Heaven Sword area. But they also know because you have it fully unlocked by then, right? It had a character that needed more confidence in herself. And it takes a while for her to find it. So, spoilers. Wish I could have done it on stream, but I did well mostly doing that off stream. One day we may replay them in New Game Plus anyway. And it will go a long way. I'm curious to see what the hell crafting and gathering in New Game Plus is like. I mean, I've never done New Game Plus, to be fair. So even combat, yeah. Every MMO should have New Game Plus at least for its own story. Or at least those that are story heavy. I wish Star Wars The Old Republic did that. They really need that. Unless they do and I haven't discovered that yet. I caught a glimpse of Kurobana heading off somewhere with a spear a while ago. Tell me, how did he fare? Not well at all. Hopeless as ever, you say? Hakudo is such a fun warrior. I cannot believe Kurobana does not possess the same potential. There must be some way we can help him, surely. Have him try something besides fighting, maybe? Like his talents in gathering herbs? I had not thought of that before, but it is quite an idea. It seems my mind has grown slow in my old age. Not all Lupin are born fighters. Let us find Kurobana and see if there is not something else he is skilled at.
I apologize for stopping you in your journey, but if you have the time to help, please let me know.
Absolutely. There was a quest line, I think it was one of the current quest lines, where we helped somebody realize that they're good at fishing, or at least, well, no, they weren't even good at fishing, but they were able to get, they always got super dangerous fish. But there was one they could get that was actually, like, helpful for, like, its explosive oil. Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, it's similar to that. The way we help out others bring their full potential. It's a wholesome. And you are that hero that does it. Makes me feel like I'm transitioning in these quests from... I mean, not transitioning because I'm still that role, but like being a warrior of light, a good old protagonist that fights, a good old Son Goku, a good old Kamen Rider, a good old, whatever the name of the Saint Seiya protagonist is. You get the point, right? But then, in this case, we're now taking more of a Doctor Who role. You're more the Doctor. Less fighting and more inspiring. You can inspire through fighting too, but here... it's more about uplifting others in their lives. There was combat there still, but like... more about making people reach their true potential rather than just fighting a dragon and protecting people, so to speak. Anyway.
I see you have chosen to stay and help. You have my thanks. I believe Kurobana may be best suited to work that involves heavy lifting. As you are doubtless aware, this village's economy is entirely supported by rice farming. All harvested rice is stuffed into straw bags and carried to a nearby storehouse. While Kurobana may not be a fighter, he is still a Lupin, and as such possesses strength greater than most men. I imagine he could put this to use by transporting rice. I will inform the storehouse manager, Shirojishi, of the situation. Could you discuss this with Kurobana for me? I'm sure your word will carry more weight with him than mine would.
I get the feeling Kurobana is still not gonna be good at this, is he? But... during all this, he keeps mentioning, I'm gonna gather this herb, I'm gonna concoct this medicine, I'm gonna craft this thing. And then we'll realize, wait, he's an amazing herbalist, an amazing botanist, and an amazing alchemist. Ah, I see you have not yet left Namai. I hope you have not come to ask me to fight again. I'm asking you for something different now. Fukudo wants me to try carrying rice. There he goes again, meddling in the affairs of others. That said, if it will help the village, then I can hardly refuse. I shall go and talk to Shirojishi. The poor man, the poor Lupin is gonna feel much worse after that because I think he's not gonna succeed. See, I kinda did the same thing there. I was falling, and then I think the mount got summoned on time before I almost fell off the cliff. It just feels so nice when you can do that, right? Like, you're falling and then the flight begins immediately and you lift yourself back up. Just gotta be careful. But it's not like fall damage kills you here, unless you get into a fight right after that, which has happened. It hasn't happened that often, but it happened once on the stream. Can't remember when anymore, but yeah. It seems Fukudo has already talking to Shirojishi. Honestly, once he has a plan, he wastes no time in putting it into action. Kurobana, good to see you. My thanks for your help as well, adventurer. Fukudo has already told me all I need to know. Let us start by having you carry this sack right here. It is a bit on the heavy side, but do you think you can handle it?
Do not worry, Shirojishi. I may not be much of a warrior, but I am confident in my strength.
Now it's gonna be worse than I thought, isn't it?
Whatever you do, do not drop it!
Uh-oh. Kurobana strides up toward the village storehouse with a spring in his step. I do hope he's up to the task. I have seen many a man struggle to complete their first journey to the storehouse. Pray do me a favor. If he struggles along the way, give him some encouragement on my behalf. It may seem like a test of strength, but carrying rice is ultimately a mental battle. Alright, I'll give him that strength. I gotcha, I gotcha. This is gonna be endearing to watch, isn't it? Let's see. See, I keep doing the same thing with like the sort of fall off the cliff, but not a fall. Is this the Kurobana versus Rice Axe? I just realized it's literally called that. Very straightforward name. You got this, you got this! He didn't drop it, right? He just placed it on the ground, I think. You got this, you got this.
I did not expect the rice would be quite so heavy.
Gambate! You got this! You got this, you superstar.
Thank you. I really wonder if there is no better way rice could be transported. I have had to check multiple times that it was straw and not a knife that was cutting into my shoulder. But thanks to your encouragement, I think I may just be able to make it to the storehouse.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, Kurobana might be clever enough to somehow craft or get together carts or something to transport rice, right? Summoning the last of his strength, Kurobana once again sets off in the direction of the village storehouse. You got this, you got this. I wouldn't be able to carry it. I'm just an Astro. Strength is not my thing. And even as Dark Knight, I don't think it's about strength in that case. Endurance is not the same thing, right? Warrior, on the other hand, yes. I can see that. I heard from Shirojishi that Kurobana was going to try his hand at this, but I never expected him to succeed. That went better than we expected. It took every fiber of my being, but I did it. Who knew this would be such tiring work? Good work, Kurobana. As you have noticed, transporting rice is not quite as easy as it looks. But given time, I am sure you too will become quite good at it. Now you have had ample time for a rest. Make another 3 trips to and from the storehouse and your work will be done for the day.
3 trips? I thought that was it. Sorry, I do not think I am suited to this after all.
Poor Kurobana. That wasn't so bad though, that wasn't so bad. If that is how he responds to the slightless hardship, then I do not think we will have any use for him. Pray tell Fukudo as much. The poor Lupin just has confidence issues as well. That's what we're here for. To make him realize his true superstardom, making it shine in the darkness of the cosmos. How could anyone carry so much rice in one day? But I think, you know, they shouldn't have a first-timer carry that much. Or at least more time to rest in between. 3 more trips is a bit on the extreme side given the struggle I saw. Like, yeah, no, for a first-timer, they shouldn't have him just do the whole thing 4 times anyway.
Khaiden, I just got Kurobana trying to abandon his duties. It seems he was able to carry 1 sack of rice, but shirked from the idea of carrying 3 more. Admittedly, he is not wrong to think it grueling work. I too struggled to carry even my first load of rice. However, if you continue like this, the whole village will think you a weak-willed coward. I am sorry, Fukudo. You have my word that I will not give up like this again. Perhaps next time we should have you try a job that does not require great strength.
Like all the gathering he does around... He's gotta dodge enemies, right? He's gotta do sneak like you do in a gathering class. A gathering job, I mean. No, it's a class, it's not a job. So yeah. He braves the wilds. Getting close to danger with all the creatures roaming around. Creatures and enemies. Of all sorts. He's more brave than we think. Also, I don't think I should get any of these. I'm just gonna get the materia. Let's take more space in the inventory. At some point, I'm just gonna delete all the bloody materia I have, though I was using a retainer for it. Because I don't know. I should be using some of it, I guess. It's just, I don't know. Quick tone materia. What was all the materia I got recently from those crafting quests? I could have it infused in, like, my current equipment, but then, you know, eventually I outleveled that. But, I mean, when am I going to use the materia anyway? It's not going to be used for higher tier equipment anyway, right? Might as well enhance it a little bit more. I rarely ever have materia melding happening. The crafting quests have you do them, but that's not for stuff you yourself are going to wear, maybe. It's like, might as well make use of them. And if I'm wasting them like that, whatever. If they're either going to be wasted like this, or they're going to be wasted by never being used, or by being destroyed, or just sold to an NPC, like, nah. It's possible I could sell them on the market, but anyway.
I've come to the conclusion that Kurobana might be best suited to plucking weeds from the paddy fields.
It might just be.
Our village name is actually a local term for the arrowhead, an aquatic plant that infests paddy fields if not kept under control. This is precisely why removing weeds is such an important part of rice farming. I do hope you are up to this task, Kurobana. If you fail this time, do not expect to have another chance to prove yourself. I trust you understand the importance of this task. Do not worry, Fukudo. Wheat plucking actually sounds quite nice. I have always enjoyed little odd jobs like that.
Me too, actually. But, I mean, you do all sorts of things like this in MMOs. We just haven't done it as much in F14 because most side quests are being relegated to much later in our journey, as they should be now. Blue things like this, though. Yeah, as it turns out, there's many that I didn't do before that I need to catch up on, and I wanted to do them.
I recall Hayabusa mentioning he was looking for help tending to his paddy fields. Ask if he will allow you to remove the weeds from his paddies. Khaiden, please accompany him and make sure that he does as I have asked.
Kurobana is taking it well, though. He's not, like, feeling like, you know... The way he phrased it is like, I'm being a nanny, pretty much. Almost infantilizing for the poor fellow. But he doesn't feel about it. He doesn't feel that way about it. There we go. Which is good. Like, I can see why it would be like, hey, you don't need to phrase it like that, dude. Okay, I get it, but you're kind of infantilizing me, man. I don't think Kurobana deserves that much, but that was not the intent.
I've always enjoyed little odd jobs like plucking weeds.
Oh, you know what the problem is? I think I recall doing a quest here that involved some ads, some like mobs that I had to kill. You already see one of them here. So this may be more complicated than we thought. That being said, I'm gonna dismiss you, Cosmo. Thank you. I'll see you around.
Ah, you must be the adventurer I have so much about. I have heard so much about. And Kurobana, nice to see you well. Is there something you would ask of me?
He's here to help.
How kind of you to offer. You can never be too careful with those pesky arrowheads. Be sure to take care not to trample any of the rice plants when you are removing the weeds. Why don't you help Kurobana with the work, adventurer? Not many travelers have the chance to experience such a core part of life in Namai. You grasp the wheat stem before pulling, right? Precisely. Do not simply remove the top of the wheat. You must remove the roots as well. Well, there is nothing more for me to tell you both. Please work the paddies on top of this hill for me. That was the other one where I said I did it before. As I said, I think there was a question which I did it before. But that's alright, that dialogue is fine. Oh yeah, and we go up there, rather. Like, look at that enemy not that far away from here. It's dangerous even here. And like, that one is aggro. I'm just out leveling it, so we don't have to worry about that, but... What if Kurobana gets in trouble? But yeah, I recall things being called arrowheads. We've done something like this before, but just wanted to make sure. Yeah, and like, I thought for a moment they meant literal arrowheads. Straight arrows from archers or whatever. Also, the ambient sounds here are great. It's important to do good sounds. Sound direction is something so underrated in video games. Not just ambient sounds, but like sounds for actions you take when you're running, when you're stepping on somewhere, right? The terrain changes and then it can make such a difference. Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley, FF14, Pokemon. So many types of games, that's so fundamental. So good and so important. Minecraft even. Yeah, that's a very good example of it. But then sometimes it gets crazy though, because I'm still remembering, it was a few cutscenes in Uma Musume, right? Where they were doing a knocking sound and it was just way too freaking realistic. It was freaking me out. It almost felt like a knock, like outside the stream, like, oh wait, who's there? Like, jeez. But there's also other things to consider. Finished already? Hopefully Kurobana is doing well. If he's having trouble, it may be because of mobs. If it's not that, then the poor fellow. Yeah, the whimsical music. Fine work indeed. I see you made sure to remove the entire weed, including its roots. I also had Hayabusa check my work, and it seems like I have finally found a job I can do. That's good. However, something did bother me a bit while I was working. It could be my imagination, but do these patties not smell a little odd? Odd? Is your nose quite alright? I tend to these fields daily and have never smelled anything strange. Hey, I think he will have a better sense of smell than a human, or a higher, I should say. Honestly, I cannot fathom how you think it acceptable to criticize my patties when I have allowed you to work them. Do you make fun of people's children when you are a guest in their homes? Man, he took offense to that.
Or are you merely moaning because you had to engage in hard labor? Frankly, it matters not. Be gone with you!
I am sorry. I did not mean it as an insult.
I think he detected something that's actually something to be concerned about. And the fellow took too much offense and it's gonna lead to a misunderstanding, and let's clear it up because we found something great for Kurobana. There was gonna be another twist because I think there's at least one more quest or two. So I was looking to see, okay, things are turning out well. What's the catch? Here it is.
Thank you for all you have taught me, Hayabusa. I will leave you at once. Come along, Khaiden. Let's go speak with Fukuto.
He was not complaining at all. That was far from being that. And I think Kurobana is almost sure of it. I've never smelled anything remotely strange in all my years tending these patties. Where did that come from? Yeah, something bad is about to happen here. Well, if some creature kills him, he brought that on himself, the idiot! Nah, we'll see if we can save him, of course. We'll see. I'm a healer. I gotta be a healer about it, too. Oh, yeah, we have some dummies here. That would be very helpful. To remember in the future, anyway. I'll probably forget. When I want to find a dummy, I know we have one in the Grand Company house. Free Company. My bad. Not Grand Company. But yeah. I was not trying to insult Hayabusa. They did smell different to other patty fields.
Tell me, have we at last found the right job for you?
Yeah. But the boss is being...
well, yes and no.
Hopefully we explain the situation well.
So you're telling me that whilst the job went well, you managed to accidentally offend Hayabusa with a careless remark?
It wasn't careless. He was just too touchy.
Would you care to explain why you could not just keep quiet?
Fukuda, you stupid old man!
It was not my intention to upset him. I was simply surprised by the smell of the paddy fields. Never mind. Hayabusa is a reasonable gentleman. I am sure he only reacted how he did because of how much effort he puts into his work. I will go and speak with him myself.
Reasonable gentleman? That does not describe the fellow I saw right there. I get it, right? Like, I get the effort and all that.
Kurobana Holmes, look at that.
Hayabusa is a reasonable man. Doesn't look like that to me, but Kurobana Holmes, I like that.
I still cannot forget the smell of those patties. Something is definitely not right with them. I struggled to put into words exactly what was wrong with the odor. I just know that it was not normal. We Lupin have a heightened sense of smell. This is most likely why Hayabusa himself has not noticed anything odd. Sitting here doing nothing is likely to send me mad. Khaiden, would you help me look into the source of the stench? Looking into the smell is fine, but care not to anger Hayabusa any further. Do not worry, Fukudo. I promise you I will not cause any more trouble.
Don't make it a promise, because I may not be able to guarantee that. It's more important to investigate this.
First, I would like to visit some normal paddy fields just to confirm I am not imagining things. Meet me by the ones to the west.
What if they have something odd too and they have the same odd smell? Then more paddy fields. I don't know, it could be like that, right? Yay! Merry Starlight! Happy Starlight in July. Let's go. A good time for that. In some ways, it can be a good time for that, right? It's that kind of summer, it seems.
As expected, the patties here only smell of, well, rice. Which leads me to think something is not quite right with Hayabusa's fields. Let us revisit the patties we pluck wheats from.
Like, he was a bit too rash, right? I can see why questioning that is like saying, hey, it's like you tell a janitor or something, hey, you missed a spot. You missed a spot, and like, that can be careless. But that, well, the way I said it there is what made a difference, but you kind of get the point, hopefully. I feel like Kurobana phrased it fine enough, but also, yeah, a bit too out of nowhere.
It is as I thought. These fields have a markedly different scent to those we just visited. Is the water to blame? Wait, I just heard a noise from nearby. I think it came from the reservoir. Quickly, Khaiden, let us check if everything is alright.
Indeed. And that did sound like a sort of watery creature. I think we're about to save Hayabusa's life, maybe. What on earth even happened here?
What is that foul creature? I have never seen such a beast before. Khaiden, please, keep the village safe from harm.
It's a morbol, or no, that's not a morbol. What's this thing called again? Tengu? I mean, I've seen enemies that look like this, but I don't think they were called that before. That's a new name to me. Ah, see, joke's on you. You can give me status effects. I got Esuna. I don't seem to have any, though. I actually didn't mean to use Esuna there. Why did I need to? Yeah, I out-level it so much, like Cosmo isn't really needed. Not here anyway. What was going on with this thing then? It was messing up the water by feeding on things around here.
I had known you were powerful, but you might be even stronger than Hakuro. You have my thanks for slaying the beast. My days, that stench is quite something. It is the same one given off by Hayabusa's patties, only much, much more foul. It would seem that creature was indeed the source. As to how it found its way to the reservoir, one can only guess. Perhaps it lost sight of its pack and came here seeking sustenance. The proximity of Hayabusa's fields to the reservoir is most likely why his were the only ones affected. They should be fine as long as he replaces the water. Any recently harvested rice may need to be thrown away though. Perhaps I should also check the rice in the storehouse just to be safe. But first, let us speak with Fukudo. He will know how best to proceed.
We should really hurry. Yeah. See, okay, that was recent then. Otherwise it means they potentially been eating some poison rice or some messed up rice. So it was a very good time for Kurobana to be here doing his thing. Look at what we discovered. See how just fun these quest lines can be. It's far from being FF14, you know. Far from having this be the only game where they really go out of their way to give them a good story. But FF14 will also go out of their way more than other games, right? So we'll see even more than other games will offer. On reflection, I really should not have reacted the way I did to Kurobana's remarks. My love for these baddies gets the better of me sometimes. He is a reasonable gentleman, it seems. That's alright. All is forgiven. Well, now we have a more pressing issue, actually. Because unfortunately, the problem was even worse than we thought. How do you even replace the water in there, actually? What do they use to do that? Sounds like a logistics nightmare. Sounds like a pain in the ass. But anyway.
Back so soon? I just finished explaining things to Hayabusa. There is something you both need to hear. Khaiden and I have found the source of the odor that was coming from Hayabusa's patties. It was a creature that had made the reservoir its home.
A creature, you say?
When Khaiden slayed the beast, it released a most foul stench into the air. I really think you should replace the water in your fields.
To think there had been a monster lurking nearby the whole time. Kurobana, my sincerest apologies for losing my temper with you earlier. I was foolish to ever believe for a second the gossip about you was true. You are a fine lad. I thank you for all you have done.
I am just glad I was able to be of service to Namai. Things could have been much more serious had the beast gone unnoticed any longer. That reminds me, would you mind if I smelt the rice in the storehouse? I am worried they may have also been contaminated.
By all means, I doubt my own nose would be up to the task after all. We found his job in Namai. Actually, Kurobana, do you think you would be up to examining my fields on a more regular basis? If you were to learn the smells of the various diseases which affect rice, you would doubtless notice any infections earlier than any of us could.
You mean to say I could continue to aid the village? I have never had anyone rely on me before. Never mind a whole village. It is somewhat daunting, but I would love to help.
That animation is always so goofy. My apologies for eavesdropping, but... would you mind having a look at my paddy fields as well?
Agata, you would truly trust me. Are you certain?
Why, of course. Do not worry, I will pay you for any work you do.
I would gladly do it for free. I never dared dream that a day when I would be of use to the village would actually come.
All's well that ends well here, right? I owe the fact that it has to you... I owe the fact that it has to you, Fukudo, and you, Khaiden.
Thank you so much.
Excellent timing with the knob. I always like it when I can time it perfectly like that. That finishes this quest line. But we have things that will introduce the Namasu, and thus will also build up to what we're doing, what we're aiming to do. You can already get an idea of why gathering would figure into it. It can be any gathering. You can be a miner. And I think a fisher too, for that matter, right? But botanist, which is the one I have. I mean, I have fisher too, but I haven't really leveled it up that much. My really active one, and the one on level for this, is botanist. And yeah, you can see why botanist, right? Is the one that works best for this. There's no... Okay, yeah, there's no aetheryte that is near this area. Let's just fly. Let me finish my coffee here at last. It's been sitting for a bit long there. It was definitely no longer hot. No biggie though. It's just all very chill, right? There has been some combat already, but very chill compared to everything else we did. I don't think we'll be doing that group content today anymore at this rate, but you never know. We shall see. If we don't, some of that, if not all of it, I might be okay off stream, so we can move on with 4.4 MSQ for the next FF14 stream. Or at least that's the plan. Here we are at last, though. Yes, yes, you have business with us? Oh my! Most sincere thanks to the kind people of Namai. Since we began living here, we have been feverishly reading through the manor's collection of books. No easy task it was. One of the books talked of something called Hanami. It was described as a tradition of enjoying the aesthetic beauty of flowers. I told the people of Namai of my fascination with the subject. To think they remembered and sent us these gifts. We shall raise this plant well so that we too can someday enjoy Hanami. Yes, yes. Yay, very nice. There's a quest that follows up from this one, and I don't know where it is. It's gotta be this one. Gyorin the Namasu. I check in the wiki. I wanna make extra sure. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quests still after this. Oh, things are gonna go down. Things are gonna go down. Already seeing the names of some of those quests. I'll have to bring my healing power, my astro powers, my malefic powers even. Torgal, I'll see you again some other time, alright? Yeah, like, we also were doing a lot around this area with Hildebrand and company. Lots of fun. You look not as one who hails from here. May I inquire, are you a traveler, an adventurer? If so, there is a deed I would ask of you. But before we delve into details, introductions are in order. I am Gyorin. Gyorin I am. I live in this shack with others like myself, and I, like many, have a dream. Yes, yes. I aspire to become the greatest of merchants, to be rich, to be wealthy, beyond compare, and then to have an apron made for me that is mine and mine alone. Yes, yes, that is my dream. Among the many treasures in our shack are a collection of emakimono that someone left behind. Beautiful pictures, wise words. One tells the ancient tale of a poor merchant who rose to great heights. Yes, yes, ever since reading that I have dreamt of doing the same. In that very tale, an able adventurer much like yourself appeared, quite clever, quite knowing. He gifted to the merchant his wisdom, his ways, and lo, here you are. It can be no mere coincidence. It is fate, destiny. You must forgive my manners. In my examen, I neglected to ask your name, your title. Might I have it? Khaiden Tejigen of the Twin Star. Khaiden Tejigen, is it? Then I shall call you Khaiden. Yes, yes, that will do nicely. Now, where were we? Ah, of course. I was hoping to enlist your aid in my rise through the merchant ranks. I'm afraid I am quite forgetful these days. I am. My storehouse lies not far from here. Would you do me the honor of paying a visit? I keep all my wares there. My treasures, my trinkets. I should very much like to hear your honest appraisal. Yes, yes. Come then, Khaiden. You need only follow me. This way, this way. You can say. I'll try to maybe give them different voices. I think that cadence is the way to do it. You can definitely do it slower, but the way they go, yes, yes. Who else was it? There was I forget the name of like the species, the race, but there was somebody also like around Danalan, or at least one of the members of that race that were kind of the same size and build as goblins, but they weren't goblins. A member of that race was involved in the Black Mage quests. The Thaumaturge and Black Mage quests, both, I think. Something like 17th Legion, something was the name, I forget. I'm just not good at those names, but like a member of the Amalja, then 2 others of other races. Like I have the clear picture in my mind, I just forget the names of the races. But he spoke similarly. They speak very similar to that kind of character. So, that's add to mention. I'll be right back with it. You need only wait a moment. Careful, careful. There's monsters around here. Another kinds of hostiles. Here we are! My pride, my passion! This is a collection of everything I have come together to own. It is quite remarkable, is it not? Amazing, astounding. Here we have grilled mayflies. Oh, and here's some desiccated toad. And this lovely vase here simply begs to have things placed within it, does it not? Yes, yes, it does. Well, what do you think? Come now, be honest, be true. What do your eyes see that will fetch a fair price at the market, hmm? It's all very, like, low quality. I feel like I gotta be very honest with him, but... Man, I just don't like the phrasing, but this is also... So, this is sugarcoating things. The second option. But then the first option is salt coating them. Like, I don't want to be that harsh, man. But you know what? He needs the honesty. I wouldn't phrase it like this, as I said, but I have no choice. Well, sorry to tell it to you like this, but I get the feeling you need to hear it very bluntly. None. There is nothing here I would part with my guild for. Are you sure? But I have spent days, years, collecting it all. Surely there must be something of value, of worth. I can't. See, now I feel bad. Nevertheless, a dream is a dream, and I shall not relent. No, no. I will find another path to greatness, another way to obtain what people desire, for I am destined to be a merchant of renown. Yes, yes. You see? He's still motivated, that's good. Now, bearing all that in mind, whatever shall I do? I get the feeling the other option he would have seen right through the sugar coating, and he'd say, oh, let's be honest, it's not good, is it? And you're just making things sound nice for me, right? Otherwise, where does the dialogue go, right? Yes, yes, I do believe an idea has come to me. Fish! People eat fish, and so it stands to reason they must buy them, purchase them. I will take the fish in to provision my own supply, my own stock. I will bring my catch to you, Khaiden, and with your adventuring wisdom you can tell me which fish will sell and which will not. Your kind and mine have very different tastes, different likes. Yes, yes, we do. It will fall to you to enlighten me as to which fish agree with the palates of men. Until then, I shall await you by the water. The sounds that to make when they walk, I can't get tired of them. Alright, because of that... Well, I do get tired of them when I have the minion, but... Let's get the minion. I had a minion for them. This is now the focus really is on Namasu. It was literally just Wind Up Namasu, I think? Yeah. Straightforward name. I have Palico because we did the Monster Hunter thing last week as part of what we were doing. Where did I get this from? You would think this is a thing with reputation from, you know, this ally society, but we're still only now unlocking them. But yeah, notice how fishing is involved, right? Implying the fishing class would figure into this for sure. But I have it, you know, at level 16. I haven't picked it up in forever. Almost like I almost kind of want to start from scratch with that. I'll see what I can do to learn it. Oh, this will not serve. It will not serve at all. No, no. I set out to fish, just as we had spoken about when last we met. But I am ashamed to admit, I slipped on some whetstone and my rod, my pole, I dropped it, lost it. Yes, yes, it is gone. I can recover it for you. And before you ask, no, I could not retrieve it. I am a Namasu of the city, not of the wild. To cast myself into a running river is tantamount to taking my own life. Will you help me in this, Khaiden? Will you find my rod and retrieve it? Return it? It is very dear to me. Yes, yes, it is. Please, I beg this of you. I know not where else to turn. I gotcha. Say no more. Use it. You gotta use the swimming mechanic that they introduced here in Stormblood, right? Oh, and we uncover part of the map here, it seems. That's interesting, though. You wanna show that you're not some savage creature And so you can't even... Ooh, sunken ship. You can't even go into like the river like that. It's very taboo. Almost like a Wookiee in Star Wars, you know, behaving like a wild animal. Like, no. Look at what you're doing. You're giving us a bad rep. This is why the Empire was enslaving us. How dare you? Something kind of like that. I kind of recall something kind of like that in Knights of the Old Republic anyway. I need to return to KOTOR 2, which I have started, and... Ooh, so many games, I told you. And you know, Fields of Mystery I returned to. I want to do more off stream with that as well and keep, you know, growing the Tajigan Empire there. We did a bit of that yesterday in the TSC Dimension. It was nice. But I don't expect I'll stream it there a lot. But yeah, because next week I don't know if we're gonna have Fields of Mystery stream. I don't think so. But we should have it again at some point when we do. However, I'd rather, you know, have it ready to witness like the 8 Heart event with Juniper, maybe some other things. Oh, I did unlock the Saturday market successfully. And I found out that even larger storage chests, that's where you get them from. The upgrade, and there's 10,000 tesserae for each of them. From a sleazy merchant. A crazy red, almost. But yeah. My precious ball, my irreplaceable rod. I am but half a man without it. No more, Gyorin. You got this. Here you go. My rod! You found it! As I knew that you would. I owe you a debt of gratitude, of thanks. Yes, I do. Yet I confess, I admit, I've been thinking on things since I lost it. Yes, much thinking. It occurred to me, all the Namasu I know are fishmongers. They are, each and every one. That fact led me to recall another passage I read among my emakimono. It said for one to make their mercantile mark, one must offer something no other merchant does. A new product, a new service. And so I have made up my mind. I have. I will look for another way to make my fortune. I have given it much thought, but there is much more to give. I will return to my shack and dwell on this some more. You do what you must. You do what you must. I did figure fishing was maybe a bit too common, but he needs to give things a try, you know? A flame reborn, let's go. It's been 12 years now since ARR, huh? And 15 overall for FF14. They don't ever celebrate the main anniversary, like from 2010, right? From the 2010 release. Because if they do, 15 is a nice number. Or wait, am I miscalculating something there? 2013 is Aurora Reborn. It was 2010, right? For FF14 Online. I'm not getting the date wrong, am I? It's kind of crazy that not even a decade had passed. 8 years can be a lot, especially for video games in the 2000s, but not even a decade had passed between FF11 and FF14. And now, you know, I think either way they were not gonna do another MMO for Final Fantasy. I hope they don't do one for a long time or ever, maybe. Let it be another century before we get another one. Like, seriously. I'm not hyperbolizing there. But that's my opinion anyway. I can see many valid arguments against that. But also, more than a decade has passed of this. Another MMO in sight. We don't need another one, though. That's my whole point. Not in my humble opinion. You keep seeing talk about, oh, we need new MMOs and something, but do we actually? Rather, what we have in the current ones is already doing a lot. Just because it's not a new game doesn't mean it's wrong or anything. Games that are like single player and all that, or rather advancements in technology, that's where we should keep getting new games. But though there is a dark side to live service games, I think there's also a bright side. Oh, look at this. Dark side and boom, shadow falls over here. But despite what this cloud is showing, whatever it is that's making the weather like this, I can't turn the camera upwards, but yeah. Nah, there's a bright side. Live service games, there's something good about the fact that they're like that. But it depends on the game, I guess, but yeah. Khaiden, you may be happy to hear, joyous to hear. I have put faith in my emakimono, their wisdom, their insight. They have led me to a new calling. Yes. I have learned there is a pretty price to be paid for certain ores, certain minerals, and so I shall become a miner, a prospector. Oh, he's just gonna go through all the gathering professions, isn't he? Fisher, then miner. No, that didn't work out. Okay, then botanist. No, that didn't work out. He'll find something else, maybe. I fear I may convenience you again in this endeavor, as I did in the previous. I only hope you are willing to lend your wisdom again. Yes, yes. I like how they say, like, a synonym immediately of what they said. Because I do that a lot. I feel like I really gotta clarify. Perhaps I am related more to the Namasu than I expected to. I like the way these accessories look, but most of the time we're not really gonna notice them, are we? That being said, I would like to have them at least for cosmetics, but I'll get this one for Monk, because Monk is the one that's the more likely to have this, to have less equipment here, right? I like it for a cosmetic, but then I'm only gonna have it as Monk, or if I eventually go for other classes in that range. What were the other ones again? It was, oh yeah, I need to clear the inventory here a little bit, but bracelets. Where is the thing I just got? Yeah, Samurai, Reaper, Dragoon. Anyway. I am ready to begin my life as a miner, a prospector. Yes, yes. I mean to search for my fortune, my fame. I am sure it lies to the west of our manor. I will go ahead of you, Khaiden, but please do come and find me. Yes, yes. Very well, very well. I might do a quick BRB in a moment, because I need to roll the 3 minutes of ads and all that good stuff. Let's see if we can continue at least a little bit of this. Let's get it out of the way. Let's do it now. And once again, I'll take a bite break. Try to hydrate better, you know? When you have a game like this where I'm reading a lot of dialogue, that's where I tend to forget to hydrate more. I tend to really do it in cutscenes, but they need to be voiced. Otherwise, I'll have to read the dialogue. It's the way we do it here. Unless we've seen it before, or I have seen it before even, but yeah. We'll see how the next Umamusume stream is. I think there's still a high chance we see it yet again this next week. Umamusume, Pokemon Violet, FF14, if it all goes as usual. Some special events will still be happening here and there. Don't think they're not coming. Especially in August. Already 1 or 2 have been planned. But anyway. Besides that, yeah, like, if it's not Mystery next week, what can we showcase? I still wanted to start Sonic Adventure 2 soon. I'd have that work somehow, but I'm not doing that yet for a bunch of reasons. But yeah. On that note, we'll BRB quickly, okay? I'm not gonna aggro any enemies here, right? Alright. Might be dead on arrival. On return. DOR instead of DOA. But either way, it's fine. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Omatase shimashita. Thanks for waiting. Tachigang. Then, let's continue right where we left off, right here. Gyorin. We still haven't actually unlocked the Namasu things, but we will soon. And we'll see what it looks like. Still wanted to try also continuing more Ally Society stuff by doing things with the Ananta and the Kojin. And then the Trinity of Stormblood Ally Societies is done. It all culminates really great, really nicely when you get to the top reputation for all of them. Something happens with them. You know, ideally we get there before we begin the Shadowbringers content. But I'm not going to intentionally drag it out just for that purpose, though. I'm starting to think, though, as crazy as it might be, I may still want to hold off on doing 4.4 MSQ because we can still dedicate another stream to stuff like more Eureka and Heaven on High. It is a group content stream, though. In a way, it can be a superstar squad. It can both be done solo and not solo, right? I have to remember again how Eureka works. Because my experience with it has only been the one time we did it on the stream. Eureka and Nemos. The next area is a more difficult one. The most grindy one or the most difficult one I was told too. But it will be important to go through with it as well. Let's continue here for now. Where to look? Where to look? Khaiden, you gave me a start of fright. But I am glad to see you. It was so good of you to come to visit. I am prospecting for ores as we speak, using my fortune-seeking barbels. Yes. The Namasu barbel is a sensitive thing. Mine will detect where the most precious of ores lie. I do believe I found something. I feel a tingle, a twinge in my barbels. Look at the wind of Namasu. I didn't realize it would do that animation. That was great. They tell me there is great mineral wealth to the north. I must go. I must away. Away, Gyorin. In the meantime, I'm receiving full damage there. Nothing I can't handle. Yeah, these fields are nice. A great place for gathering herbs. I almost wanted to already have my botanist class equipped. If I did, I probably would be stopping by to forage a few things. I don't really take a lot of like the things you can take from that because they would just take so much space in the inventory, as helpful as they are. So if I do a random node anywhere, I tend to get crystals from it. But there's still like a lot of things I haven't registered into the log. Like I don't have the checkmark, right? Or at this level, what did we get here? Nothing. Here, hard place furnishing materials, yeah. One day I will for completionism's sake, but anyway. It is all well and good to have found a choice mining location, but I am afraid my hand has stayed. There are a host of nasty beasts lingering, prowling. I can't get to the ore for fear of my life. Please, Khaiden, you must help me. See, I do need to have a combat class equipped either way. What are we looking at here? Level 64? Yes. I won't have Cosmo out here. Let's just, you know, use these boosts, these buffs. Let me remember the skills I have here. Horoscope. What did Horoscope do? It enhances Helios, right? It just enhances healing. I don't think it actually enhances damage as well. Sometimes there are some healer skills that are like that. So there's a great level difference, but we should still avoid the hell out of those AoEs, I think. Here comes another one any moment now. What was this skill? Rescue? Oh, right. I rarely ever use that. I would become so much better at healing if I properly learn how to do that. What I have become better at, no matter the class, is that skill where it does the opposite. Like, you target a party member, or in some cases, for some classes, it can be a mob, an enemy. And then you press the button, right, or use the skill, boom, you get right to them. Though you do need to be a certain distance. You can just do it from anywhere. Otherwise, it would be kind of OP, right? And I become better at it. Just alliance rates, I need to be even better than usual at that, because there you can only do it with your alliance members. Members of any of the other two alliances, you can't do it with them, even though you're technically in the same party, but also not the same smaller party, if you will. And that's what makes it so difficult. In the middle of combat, it's hard to tell which members of my alliance are also in a safe spot. I could click a random name here on the left side of the screen, but then they may not be in a safe spot, right? Let me see. I do have a skill like that as Astro, right? Or maybe not. I haven't done Astro in forever in group content. Ah, divination. This is the one that does increase damage. Should have maybe not used it right now, but nah, I wanted to just see. Collective unconscious. Reduces damage taken by 10% regen. I gotta get more used to using this, you know? Okay. We don't always want to do that, actually. I knew those monstrosities would pose no match for you. Yes, no match at all. The way is now clear. Leave the rest to me. I will mine these lands and amass a whole of ore the likes of a Yangtze has never seen. But it will require some time, some patience. Yes. You should return to my warehouse and await me, Khaiden. I wish not to bore you with my digging, my picking. Be safe, my friend. Don't die or something. There could be more creatures. A wind sprite doesn't attack you unless you attack it first, but look at these things. They're still fun-looking enemies, by the way. I'm not exactly taking them for granted, but I'm also more used to them now. They're not as striking as they used to be. But hey, one day I think I'll eventually move on from the Stormblood areas, and when I return here, I'll be like, oh yes, look at them again. This enemy here. Man, card games are also kind of in my mind still recently, even though I haven't gone back to Master Duel in a little bit. But also because of the Magic the Gathering FF14 collab, right? I'm just thinking of things like, ooh, what would the triple track card be like for this? Or a regular card, or I'm just so sucked in by collectibles and things, badges in Pokemon, trading cards. They can be great, as long as it's not a gacha insanity where you have to spend a ton of money. And it can make such engaging gaming mechanics. You can turn anything into that. If there were something like after Poke Clicker, right? It also did that. If there were something like, you know, RPG Maker, right? There's a version of that for strategy RPGs as well. There's visual novel makers, I think. One day somebody needs to create an idle game maker, unless it already exists, and if it does, and depending on how much you can do with it, like, yeah, so many great things could be done with it. How much input you need to do with it, right? Creating is one thing, but then since I would have spent too much in the creation of it, it wouldn't impact me. It wouldn't like feel as great when I actually play it. Though the creation process can be tons of fun, but then because I know everything about it, I guess. Not like I don't check guides, especially for idle games. Like, if I know what's gonna come after this, that's perfectly fine. But it's like the knowledge would be too deep of how everything works, right? It's not like I want to be lazy about it, but that's why I prefer if somebody else makes it for me, if that makes sense, right? But it's not a simple task we're asking. I keep thinking of things like Habitica, you know? Like, if I had a version of Habitica that had even more going on to it, but then it can also be, you can make it be Pokemon themed. Oh, wow. So I do this quest to do 10 minutes of cleaning every day. I check it off, but it's themed after Pokemon, and hell, it's even a quest line. 8 days in a row. Boom, 8 badges. No, I have been thinking of kind of theming my quests that way. Just a lot is left to the imagination there, but a lot can be done. There's Markdown you can use in Habitica that I've learned to use really well, in which you can put images. So I could have just gotta make sure they're a certain size, but I go out of my way to do that. Using like resizing, websites that resize the picture and then re-uploading it and then having a URL, like, I gotten used to it by now. But like, yeah, you can just have the badge be part of the PNG or something. I've been thinking of hosting a challenge there, so that somebody will do it based on the Pokemon gyms from Pokemon. You know what it could be? It could be an entire month themed around it, like 4 to 5 days a week for the month. 4 days, 4 gyms. Second week, another 4 gyms, or maybe a 5th day where there's a villainous team intervention or something in the middle of it. Then the 3rd week is the Elite Four and the Champion. The 4th week after that is rest, so you only do it 3 weeks of the month. Like if it's exercise, for example, that would be very good for Pokemon gyms, right? Or something like that. Or the 4th week is special things like you face Red, you face the player characters, you face Hilbert, Hilda, N, depending on the game, right? Something like that. But it's like, if there was like a maker where you can just give it, okay, use this PNG for this and like this and this will be the reward for this. But then while you're making it, you're gonna know exactly what to expect, so it's gonna be a bit much. Anyway, I'm rambling. I just love video games too much, huh? Nothing wrong with that. The deed is done, finished. Yes. And what a haul we have! Come, Khaiden, and behold the fruits of my labor. Look at how they sparkle, how they shine. I have no doubt these swords will see me to greatness, to fame. I must show them to Gyofu. Yes. He's very knowledgeable about the selling of ores. His appraisal will be most reassuring. It's gonna be bad, isn't it? It's gonna be like common copper or tin or... I don't know. I don't know what the lowest quality ores are. I can't remember right now, but... Yeah, let's see. Gyofu! I have something for you to inspect, to see. You certainly are in good spirits. What is it, Gyorin? I have been mining, and brought my first haul of findings for your appraisal, your valuation. Tell me, how much gil will these ores fetch at market? Is that where you've been off to all this time? Well, then let's have a look, shall we? Yes. You want the truth of me, yes, Gyorin? Oh no, and nothing besides. Yes, tell me your honest opinion. But the thing is, he does need that honesty and he doesn't want that. It's better for him. It's exactly what he wants. It is difficult to place a value on these swords you have. Quite difficult indeed. And that is because they are so very... worthless! You dragged a veritable pile of garbage across Yangtze and into our manor. Worthless? But my barbels twinged. I would have staked my life that these swords were valuable. But thank the gods I did not. I suppose I must find another way, another means to make my fortune. Thank you, Gyofu. I do appreciate your honesty, your candor. Yes. He does seem disappointed. You feel bad about breaking his heart like that for a moment, but then picks himself back up. Bit of Haru Urara from Uma Musume in there. A true example to follow, you see? Do I need any mending here? I'm gonna guess there isn't anything else. If there is, it's gotta be minor. Any combat we've done today has been super simple so far. I used my barbels to detect the ores just like my master taught me. Yes, I did. I suppose the barbels of my line are not fit for mining. Still, my dream is my dream. I will not give up yet. I will find another path to greatness. And when I do, you will be the first to know, to hear, Khaiden. Well, do tell me more, my friend. And also... I'll get this one for Black Mage. I don't know if I'll ever use it, but... hey, you know, it's a nice purple color. That's also why it attracted me. Got my attention, and... it may look nice with Black Mage because of those colors. But now we're gonna get items that may be more noticeable. Let's see. Again, depends on the rest of the armor. For example, this would be for Monkey. Monk. Feels like this fits Samurai better. The one for Scouting, this would be for not a class that I have. It would be for one of my mannequins, is what it would be for. I might be okay doing that if we keep getting these rewards. Where do you get the rest? Do you just get a vendor, or I get the feeling the Namasu reputation quests might give you the rest? I don't know. I failed at prospecting, at mining. I was so sure I would succeed. Never have I been so disappointed in myself. But still, I will not give up now. If I do, I will never be rich, wealthy. Indeed, I have already thought of another way to make my fortune. Yes. I turn once more to my Ema kimono for wisdom. There I found a tale of a merchant who sold the wings and scales of monsters, of beasts. Okay, now, this is not botanism. Botany, sorry. This is not botany. But it's like... mining would give you ingredients, generally speaking, for stuff like blacksmithing, armoring. Weaver, again, we're mostly focusing on that holy trinity of fashion fantasy, right? Weaver, leatherworker, armorer, and Weaver in general would get it from botany, right? Another reason why I need to pick it up. And leatherworker, where does that leave leatherworker? In general, you get the ingredients from just any job, any combat class that you most certainly have if you're playing this game, and especially this far, right? That's where it comes from. And so, yeah. Of course, it's a lot easier to just go into the market board and see skins or even leathers already made. That's what I did for a few of the crafting things I did. Try not to go too crazy with the money expenditure either, though. That will be my next endeavor, and I know this time it will work. Just imagining myself trapping beasts and collecting their parts made my barbells tingle, twinge. But I am just a Namasu. I have no hope of hunting these monsters and slaying them in battle. I will have to trap them and snare them, and I would like your help in procuring the bait I require for my traps. There are beasts known as water serpents that slither throughout the glittering basin. If you would be so good as to fell 3 of them, I would have enough meat to set all the traps I need. Yes, yes. Even if this succeeds, my friend, what are you gonna do when you need more of this? I'm not always gonna be here. Will that be part of what you do as a merchant? Because if you just rely on this when you don't have your resources for the traps, what are you gonna do? But anyway, how was that word pronounced anyway? Basin. If both pronunciations are okay, I'll just say either. But I get the feeling it's not like that. Now, these Lupin are not friendly like our friend Kurobana. That's okay, I will not aggro them. These water serpents, though. I always keep thinking of Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, sea serpents. When I see their names. Not the same thing, but close enough, you know? This would be a sea serpent card. Going back to card game mania. To be fair, I am using Astrologian, so... Not that out of place to be talking about those things. What's going on over there, by the way? It's a fate, isn't it? Interesting. Let's try not to engage the enemies from there. Some of these water serpents... No, actually, none of them are involved in that. I was gonna say some of them are involved in that. They're not. Let's get a full buff of everything. What was the other thing that boosted my damage? Horoscope? No. Where was it? Which one was it? It's not collective unconscious. I know I just saw it, but... it's not Earthly Star, so that can be a helpful thing. Gotta be careful because then I may pick up another ad that I don't want to pick up. Oh, this one, Divination. Alt +3 on my keyboard, on my setup, that is. Alright. Alright. Oh, I didn't do the dot. No, wait, it did. Combust from the inside! Sea serpent, or rather, water serpent. I mean, we don't even need the additional damage, right? But I should get used to it. Again, training dummies help out a lot with that. You know what? Let's just teleport. Oh, no, wait. We can't teleport there. I think we may have an Aetheryte show up when I have the area open up, but I'm not sure. For the thumbnail of this stream, I used an area that is like a unique Namasu area that had its own Aetheryte that I've never seen before. It may not be from Stormblood at all, for all I know, but you never know. Something new may be unlocked for the Namasu and everything. The Kojin do have an area they are at that has its own Aetheryte. The Ananta, they were close enough to one, but they didn't have their own area really. They were just very close to where an Aetheryte is. You don't need to go very far from it. But yeah, I will take a look at them later. How goes the hunt? Were you able to obtain the freshwater serpent flesh as I asked? Indeed. But what are you gonna do when you don't have enough for the traps? Yes, this is precisely what I need. And for my part, I've already finished constructing my traps. All that is left is to venture into the wild and set them. I do not wish to bore you with such a chore. Await me here. I shall return shortly. Yes. Be careful! Be very careful, my friend. This time you're even in more danger than ever before. And we wait. No, I might need to check on him. If Kyorin is a he, I'm not even sure. Let me get water in the meantime. Speaking of water... Oh, he's taken far too long to set his traps. Perhaps something has happened. No, we need to check on him. There you are, Cosmo. Let's ride on Cosmo. You know, we still have the Black Mage outfit. Even if I myself am not a Black Mage. Where could I check the, what was this called? Because it was also an outfit that I wore for a while as Black Mage, but then... Oh! It's just Black Mage barding? I had an outfit that matched it pretty much perfectly, but... I don't know what it was. Oh, Kyorin! Oh my god! That looks terrible. Do Namasu look like that at the slightest of wounds, or is he dying as much as I think he's dying? Oh, jeez, you scared the hell out of me! Thank you, my friend. You have saved me yet again. I was now simply setting my traps, and then I suppose I got a bit too excited and stepped into one of them. How embarrassing. How shameful. Okay, that could have been worse. Ah, I am finding that an effective trap is truly a dangerous thing. Yes, I do believe I must abandon this trapping endeavor. I put faith in my Makimono and tried several ways to make my fortune, my fame, yet none of them have gone well. None at all. I must return home and speak with Gyofu. He's very smart, very clever. Perhaps he has some idea as to what path I might tread. You still haven't tried botany. Maybe try that one. We saw that to an extent with Courage the Cowardly Lupin, or well, Kurobana. My failures are coming in quick succession, but I will not give up. And I hope you will not give up on me, Khaiden. For now, I shall return to my warehouse. Yes. With that attitude, how could I ever give up on you? Yeah, he's so nice, so inspiring. His questlines end up being so great. Truly. And this is all for the sake of unlocking Namasu itself, though. The daily quest, that is. Obviously, we'll just do the first part of it. Actually, we may not be able to do a Nantan Kojin if I use like all my allowances for the Namasu stuff, but that's alright. My woods have been seen to, tended to. I was told they are not grievous. I owe that blessing to you, Khaiden. Had you not found me as quickly as you did, I fear the worst may have happened. I gotcha. I'll get this, see if I can put together another mannequin outfit. See, I say this a lot, but I'm gonna keep saying it. There's the 5 roles, and that will come into play, well, not entirely in Shadowbringers, because they only had them as 4 rather than 5 roles, but then in Endwalker it will be that way. So that's why I ended up picking up Bard, or well, Archer that still needs to turn to Bard, Monk at level 70, so that I have those 5 roles, but then there's also a difference in the armor and weapons they get, right? Mostly armor is what I'm thinking about here. And Fashion Fantasy plays a part there. But then it gets more complex because beyond the roles, then there's 2 more. DPS is 5 different kinds of armor categories. And so it would be 7. But am I going to go as far as picking up 7 classes? No. I might still change my mind on that if I want to be maniacal enough about it. But I mean, I get rusty. I get rusty a lot with my classes. I forget rotations a lot. I probably will not. I will try my best to avoid that. Really. The other 2 would be of scouting, right? Rogue Ninja Viper is what it said right there. And the other would be of maiming, I think it was, which involves Dragoon. Was Reaper the other one? No, I don't think it was Reaper. Dragoon, Reaper, and was it only those 2? I mean Lancer, Dragoon and Reaper, but Lancer is Dragoon. There may have been a new one of the new Dawntrail classes, I'm not sure, but yeah. I still would try my best to represent their armor in some way by putting them on a mannequin. Of course, that limits things because if I want to get dungeon armor, I gotta greed for it. And, you know, that will make it take longer. Could be worth it though. It tends to be armor that I just get from vendors or from quests like this. I should maybe not be spending my guild that much just for the sake of a couple mannequins. There's the 2 I have in my apartment, representing those 2 remaining types of armor, right? But still, it's fun. Just talking about it makes me super tempted, I swear to you, to pick up those others. The 7 classes. Khaiden Tajigen of the 7 stars. Not counting gathering and crafting classes, right? If you do count those, right now I have 5 plus 4, that's 9. If I pick up Weaver, that's 10. Not that I'm actually using Fisher, but I do actually have it as a class, and I guess I'll eventually get to that, I don't know. We should take it no further than that, huh? Looks really nice, though. Dice pulse of hand and land 5, and then of war and magic 7. But no. If anything, I might find myself wishing to become a blue mage or Beastmaster, which they gotta introduce soon, right? 7.3 is not gonna have it. So at this point, there's gotta be at least 7.4, maybe. Not that I'm gonna pick that up anytime soon. And then I will have even more options as DPS, right? I can keep just being DPS. Comfy DPS and group content. But yeah, Samurai. Since it's the same role as Monk, I would try to avoid that, but nah. There's no need for that now. Mannequins. It's all about those mannequins. So yeah, I might pick up something here. Kutsu hat. I think I had this. I picked this up somewhere. I might just pick up the materia for this to avoid bothering with that. I've got a new idea, Khaiden. I leave the ideas to Gyofu. That is my idea. Yes, yes, please come with me. Let us hear what wisdom Gyofu has to offer. Sometimes you gotta do it like that. Show me the new money. I like the name of this quest. Truly, just fashion fantasy can go a long way. I'm sure I'm far from being the only one obsessed with it that way. I didn't realize the size difference between them. What is it now? Khaiden looks more depressed than usual. More down, more despondent. Gyofu! I have something to ask of you. Oh, let me see if I can take a screenshot. No, my screenshots are not working right now, but I'm trying to take them anyway. Look at this trio of Namasu. Different sizes, all of them. Yes, yes. I have something to ask of you, and I want you to tell me all you know. Not much I can do. What is it, Khaiden? You're not looking your normal chipper self. I've been reading my Emakimono. They tell of so many ways to make one's fortune, and I've tried them all. Each one, everyone. But I have yet to meet with any success. And so I want to ask you, Gyofu, if you were in my barbells, what would you do? Do you know of any path I can walk to quick wealth? Any at all? I mean, quick wealth, I don't know about that, but wealth? Yeah. A quick path to wealth? I suppose there is one thought that comes to mind, but it is dangerous. Very dangerous indeed. Do you know of the ruins that lie to the east of here? They were once a Garlean stronghold. Within there still remain all manner of weapons, relics from the days of war. At least that is what the rumors say. Yes, yes. There just might be some treasure there. Weapons so fine they would put even the smiths of Doma to shame. Maybe, maybe not. I cannot say for sure. But what I can say for sure is this. Those ruins and the way to them are fraught with peril. Lupin-turned losers prowl the place. Monstrous hounds called Taoquan lurk in the shadows. There is no wealth to be had in death, Khaiden. No, no. You should not go to this place. Treasures! Relics! That is more than I hoped for. Thank you, Gyofu. I knew I was right to ask you. It would not be a quick path to wealth if we were not dangerous along the way. That too was written in my Emakimono. I will go to these ruins, and I will find my fortune. Still, I do not stand much of a chance against Lupin and Taoquan and whatever other dangers may come. Of course! You'll come with me, won't you, Khaiden? I knew that you would. Yes, yes. Come then. Let us away. Quick wealth, though. I mean, to be a great merchant is great, but why does it need to be quick? Be patient, like a true merchant, maybe? Khaiden never was one to listen to words of warning. I hate to burden you, but do look after him. I got gotcha. See, it's a good thing that I'm in the healer class. Healer and tank really are the best things for this. When it comes to Astra and Dark Knight, mostly I'll have those happening in single-player content, right? It's not like I'm averse to doing them in group content, though I'm still like, ooh, feeling kind of nervous about it, kind of anxious about letting the team down. As I still gotta shake off Ross, especially for Astro, but it's mostly the first time I'm doing it because I'm doing it completely blind. So it's like, if I miss mechanics as tank or healer, it can be bad. It really depends, though. But yeah, that also makes me realize I really shouldn't pick up those two remaining classes just for the armor, right? It would be excessive at that point. I guess it would give me more glamour runs to do. It could be so much fun, but yeah. The other thing is, like, there's only 20 glamour plates, like, ugh, come on. Gotta limit that, too. 5 is a nice number, too. 5 is a number that works so well, too. And, again, what would be my choices? Between Ninja and Viper? I gotta wait for Viper. Hey, oh, previously it was only Rogue and Ninja that got its own armor like that, right? Viper is only recent. I'd have to wait for that. Then... what is it for the other one? Dragoon and Reaper? Reaper and Viper. Sounds weird that there's both classes named like that. There's no need for it. There's no need for it. This way of doing it is one that works well, I think. Let's continue. I have no idea how I made it this far without being seen. Not spotted, not smelled. Maybe I have a talent for going undetected. I wonder if that is a skill I could use to get rich. You'd be surprised how. You still haven't tried botany, Khaiden. That's something so important for being a botanist. Miner as well, which you did, but this is different too. I will think more on it later. For now, let us keep the pace. I will make it all the way to the Garlean ruins without a soul other than you and I knowing of it. Yes, yes. I should keep watch of you anyway, though. Yeah, the sneak skill is what it's all about, right? I gotta remember that every time I get back into it, it activates it automatically. A few times I've deactivated it, thinking I have to activate it, and I'm like, oh no, wait, let's reactivate it. The day will come in which I'll do that, or I'll even hit the button accidentally, and I'll die because a monster attacks me while I'm botanist. Or fisher, if I do get back to that. I'm not gonna pick up miner in a long time, if ever. Well, no, ever. I shouldn't say ever in this case. But anyway. I met it without a single beast or fiend taking notice of me. All too easy. But now for the hard part. To find whatever treasures await. By the by, I did see a horde of some rather mean-looking lupin just over there. Very nasty, very feral. So here's my plan. While I search these containers for anything worth selling, you create a diversion and lure the lupin away from me. Yes, yes. You're an adventurer. Surely you live for quests such as this. Sounds decent enough for a plan. Ah, these are the Taoquan they were talking about. What are those things anyway? They're not natural. They're not of the natural world. Gather round, lupin looters, let the splash damage kill you. Let's increase damage with all the buffs we can muster here. Yeah, when I use divination on a group, I gotta make sure we're in the same range. And then it will go a long way. Ideally with DPS, right? The 2 DPS, well, at least 2. For the tank, we may want to be a bit far away from them. I don't know if the tank would even benefit from that. Let me read that again. I mean, any damage any damage increase is always good anyway. So yeah. The perfect diversion! Thank you, Khaiden! I could hear the din of battle while I searched. I wanted desperately to come and help you, but I managed to stay true to my task. Hello, I found some relics that look quite valuable to my eye. I will head back to the manor and show them to Gyofu. He will know if there is anything here worth selling. And I have a feeling that this time there is. Must be. Has to be. Something tells me they are not that valuable, are they? I could really use with a teleport here or something. As I said, I'm interested to see if anything will be unlocked. When we did unlock the Ananta quest, I think it built a whole new area there, right? For them to appear and do their thing. So now, it will probably be the same with the Namasun. I'm glad we are unlocking this, though. On the stream. This is worth it. That's part of the Final Fantasy XIV experience. The excitement is amazing. But we do need the more quiet streams like this one. The more quiet episodes, so to speak. Like the Fields of Mystery stream, excitement is there in Fields of Mystery as well, of course, but we took it very chill, right? Most Thursday evening streams might be like that also because of the time slot. Oh, nothing to see here? Okay. That was nice, I'm glad I spotted that. This also why it's worth coming to the Namasu and seeing what they have to offer. Look, Yofu, I've returned from the Garland ruins and here's my haul. What do you think? Do you see anything here that will fetch a fair price at market? You truly went to the ruins? In return to speak of it? You're a braver Namasu than most, Gyorin. Courageous, bold. Come then, show me what you have. I should change the voices a little bit more, maybe. They do look kind of valuable. This piece is very fine indeed. And this one as well. A truly fortuitous find. But then what happens when they're all sold though? Well done, Gyorin. Every weapon here looks to be valuable. They need a bit of touching up here and there, but yes, they will fetch you a good deal of coin. The Garlands have been flushed out from Doma, but the Domans still have need of arms to defend themselves. These weapons you've collected will certainly sell, and sell quickly. I'm curious about the dialogue here. Since it does, you don't need to be at the end of Stormblood to see this specific dialogue. This specific dialogue here. I feel like there's a difference here. I could check the wiki, but I'll leave it at that. Do you think so? Truly! I finally found something worth selling, worth peddling, worth vending. But it's not long-term sustainable, though. Have you ever known Gyofu to give a false appraisal? No. Your dream is at hand, Gyorin. Sell these weapons, take the coin you make, and with it, you can start down the path to becoming a legendary merchant. Right. The money will allow him to invest on something more fruitful, more consistent. I will! Starting this day, I am going to open my own shop. I will name it The New Rich. customers will flock to my doors from all over Yangtze. Yes. My business will thrive and my coffers will overflow. My barbells will guide me to greatness. Thank you for all your help, Khaiden. You have been with me through it all. I will not forget you when I am at the top. Don't forget me $1 million from now. 1 million gil from now. Alright? I'll take the materia here. I don't expect I'll get the other parts of those outfits to wear, and like... Yeah, I still gotta take some time to clean the armory. Now, there's one more quest we need to do, and it's called Amber Alert. I get the feeling he put himself in danger again and things didn't go well. Let's see. Are you an adventurer in need of a job? If so, I have a small one for you. Yes. There is a man in Namai by the name of Yamakage. I wish for you to find him and pass along this message. I have your daughter. Whoa. Never mind, this is something different. I mean, since it's called Amber Alert, they don't hold her ransom or anything. I think she disappeared and, this is gonna be so misunderstood though. They found her. They're the ones that found her, but he's gonna interpret that as if they're the ones that took her or something, and they're the reason why she disappeared. I have your daughter. Dude. This is gonna be funny. I think. But this is what makes the relations between Namai and the Namasu. Notice the similarity in the names? I just noticed it now. But this is what will make those relations happen. There we go. Yamakage. Yamakage could literally be translated as Shadow of the Mountain? Or is it something different? What? My daughter? Gyoshu said that. Are you sure? I always thought him to be a good Namasu. Kind and jovial. I'm named him among my friends. Never would I have thought him capable of kidnapping a child. Tell me, what are his demands? All the gil that I have? If it is coin he seeks, there is not much I am able to muster. I told you. Please, take him a message from me in turn. If the Namasu see fit to ask these jobs of you, I must trust you some measure. Tell him that I need time. If he grants me just some suns more, I will gather what coin I can. Could you tell Gyoshu that? Please, the life of my daughter hangs in the balance. They found her. They're the ones that rescued her, if anything, or who knows. Oh my gosh. I will never stop appreciating the writing here. Who knows what the side quests have? If anything, many of them will be much simpler than something like this, right? These are still blue quests after all, but it's still funny. This is why I also wish there was New Game Plus for these quests. But maybe I'm starting to sound super demanding about it. Just give us a New Game Plus for everything! But yeah. At the very least for allied societies, because then there's quests you'll never see again. You can see the cutscenes, but it's not the same thing, right? I'm not the only one obsessed with this, am I? No, the fact that this New Game Plus is wonderful. So you can fully replay everything. I know there's more to the experience. Listen to my little wind-up Namasu. Today is definitely the day for this sort of thing, you see? Time to gather more coin? I do not even... Whatever are you talking about? My apologies, it seems my explanation was lacking. You see, I was out fishing with some friends earlier, and a young girl in tears floated upon us in a small vessel. We asked her name, and she told us she was the daughter of Yamakage. Yes, and so we brought her in and sent word to her father. She is off playing with our younglings as we speak, and very much enjoying herself. Quite happy, quite joyous. I am sorry for the trouble, but would you go speak with Yamakage once more? Tell him all I have told you, and that his daughter merely waits here for him until he arrives. Best if we teleport to it. At the very least, you know, I was expecting like a Chocobo Porter, or well, Falcon Porter, I think it is. I wonder what it's gonna look like when we unlock it. We'll find out in a little bit. Yeah, because what were the allowances with like reputation and everything? I'll need to see how they work. But we have this with the Ananta and the Kojin. We're maybe close to the max level of reputation with the Kojin, actually. What did Gyoshu say? Will he give me the time I need? Will he spare my little girl? It's fine. Not kidnap. She was adrift and he saved her. Why did he not say so in the first place? I've been worried sick that I may never see my daughter again. That fool's messages are always wanting for words. From time to time, he comes to Namai to peddle his wares. He has always taken the time to play with our children, and for it our children have always taken a liking to him. I am ashamed to have doubted him, and to have thought him capable of such horror. I will go to claim my daughter, and to offer my apologies. Mayhap I will take him some fine tea to drown this misunderstanding. Forgive us both for getting you mixed up in this, but thank you nonetheless. Omoshiroi. One has to think. The thing we're looking for is right there in Yusuka Manor. What is this, by the way? Precious Reclamation. That was one of those rebuild quests, I think, right? Kurobana versus Gyorin. Yeah, this is definitely the next thing we gotta do. Let me double check with the wiki, though. Stand strong and unified. And then the initial society quests. The first one is called Something Fishy This Way Comes. I love that. Very fishy indeed. Well, our two protagonists right there. Endearing people who needed to find their confidence after many trials and errors, but they never give up. They're going to meet. I like this. We did a similar one that was connected, right? And I thought the two protagonists of the quest line, so to speak, would meet, but they didn't. We're also thinking other things that didn't turn out to be true about it, but feels like it was an intentional bamboozle. Let's see now. Ah, Khaiden, how goes your journey? I have been keeping myself busy plucking weeds and checking people's patties. Slowly but surely, I feel that the villagers are beginning to warm to me. However, there is one issue that has been worrying me of late. What to do if another beast appears seeking to harm our way of life? We can hardly continue relying on your aid. There are a few in the village that have experienced fighting, but even they cannot do much without proper weapons. There is a limit to how effective farming tools can be in battle. Oh yeah, they're selling them there, yeah. A Namasu that sells imperial weapons? That could be worth investigating. I love it. This connection makes perfect sense. Would you be so kind as to introduce us? I shall bring Hayabusa along as well. You said the Namasu lives in Yusuka Manor, yes? We will meet you there. And thus, we improve relations between man and beast. Well, it's not as simple as we make it sound there. Between Hayurs, Lupins, Namasu, and more. To generalize, right? To say man and beast. I guess reminded me how Lord of the Rings, or at least the way they did it in Lotro, is that human, the word for it is man. Not because there's a bias for male, but that's just the word for it, but also because of the time in which Tolkien wrote the books and everything. I've always thought that at least in English, other languages are completely different probably, but like English, man and human should switch terms, you know? It's like you have the base word, and then for male, at least this only covers male and female, but male you add HU, you add a prefix that begins with hue, and then for female you add a prefix that begins with woo, or well, WO, woman. Like, you add the prefix to the base word for both cases. It makes more sense. But it's more complicated than that, I think. Words are funky. Especially in English. Ego. Ingles. Angles. Is that how you say it in French? Not Japanese, sorry. French. Anyway. Why Khaiden? To what do I owe the pleasure? I got some business for you. Are you still selling those things? I am most definitely still in possession of the weapons, yes. I put them in storage as no one seemed even slightly interested in purchasing them. I tried selling them in Doma, but my efforts were met with great displeasure. They said my actions insulted their honor, that they never wanted to see Imperial weapons again. Even Gyofu has attested to the quality of the weaponry. No, I do not know why I struggle to sell them. Most people don't have a usage for them. Good thing we found business for you. There they are. This outfit just looks so nice, doesn't it? I'm so in love with it. I heard rumors of this place, but I never imagined there were so many Namasu living here. Welcome, valued guests. Could I interest you in any of my wares? We are searching for a Namasu selling Imperial weapons. Well, you are in luck, for that is me. I shall bring the goods to you right this moment. Does Nama even have the money for this? They don't, but they can trade. Trade, and that's what a merchant does. It may be perfect for, you know, Gyorin Imperial guns. Even those in Namai that cannot handle a spear or a sword may be able to use these. Indeed, indeed. You seem like a Lupin who knows a bargain when he sees one. We will take them. Name your price. Enough guilt to live comfortably for a decade or so should suffice. Have you lost your mind? Kurobana, Hayabusa, the village is in trouble. Uh-oh. I'm here to help though. More of those creatures have appeared, and they're ruining our patties. What? That's not good. I mean, one has to think they would have probably come back. Maybe borrow these weapons first and negotiate payment later. The village cannot wait. I do hope you are not trying to trick me. You have my word. I don't like these options out of the things I could have said. I mean, Gyorin trusts me. We'll pay you later. You can trust me. Trust me when I tell you can trust him. You speak the truth, yes, yes. If you're friends of Khaiden, then you have my trust. I will receive payment once you are done. My thanks. Let us hurry back to the village. It's true that we need to try them first, but it's not about that. And it's arguable, you know. Arguable. Depends on how you appraise weapons and such. Please make sure they do pay me. I only lent them the weapons because you introduced them to me. In fact, let us both go to Namai to make certain that this deal reaches a satisfactory conclusion. An involved merchant he is. Very admirable. Nice. The Namasu and Namai. I mean, an alliteration with the first 3 letters, the first 4 letters. I often say alliterations are fun, but then it's even better if it's more than just the first letter. Rhyme intended. But the first 4 letters, my goodness. Yeah, it's like part of the same language, origins, right? Look at this mess. The village needs the help. Did I truly just do that? Kurobana, you actually fought? Let's go. He's improved even more, right? You improve, you find your place in life, and then other aspects of your life improve even further, like, besting. Adventurer, you will not believe this. And I think it's the weapons too. Our very own Kurobana slay these foul beasts. He's truly a natural with a rifle. He was as I was watching a veteran hunter. Oh, we did find something great for him in terms of combat too. Oh, let's go. You gotta pick up Gunbreaker, my friend. Machinist. I think it's Machinist more than Gunbreaker in this case, but yeah. I am sure he is good enough to protect the village if he's equipped with the right gun. In time, he may even become just as effective as his brother. My instincts took control of me. I'm honestly not entirely sure what I just did. But perhaps you're right. With practice, I might be able to fill the role my brother used to serve. Nice. What are these creatures? Merchant. Your weapons were exactly what we needed. The Pengo never stood a chance. I am most glad to hear that you found my wares to your liking. Now, let us talk business by the Tenkonto. Tenkonto, I think is how you would say it. Nama is not going to be able to pay for this. But there's a lot that they can provide in return, and then Gyorin can sell it. The thing is, eventually he runs out of the weapons, right? How many weapons do we have? Either way, he was going to run out of them. What is he going to do? Try to get in danger to get more? No. But we're going to do good business with the Namasu. Yeah, you know, even the ARR Ally Society for crafting. Which one was it again? The Ixal? It was the Ixal. Oh yeah, I still need to do these 2 quests. I'm not saving them for the stream. I'll do them off stream. In this case. And I haven't even picked up anything from Heaven's Sword for these. But yeah, the Ixal. They are the crafting ones. I'm actually close to the next level. They're all at neutral. I could have sworn at least the Sylphs were in the next level. I guess I didn't do that. At least the level to do the next thing doesn't take an allowance, right? Out of your daily allowances for Ally Society quests. Of course, the more you unlock, the more selective you have to be with these things. That's something to keep in mind. I asked Fukudo to join us to help haggle with your merchant friend. I do hope we are able to get the weapons for a fair price. That may be my only hope of living up to my brother's legacy. With the right weapon, Kurobana may prove to be just as capable as Hakuro in a fight. I do hope his brother is okay. What happened to him? You were saying that you cannot give me enough guild to live on for 10 years. Yes, yes. In that case, why don't you try offering me something else of equal value? I fear that we may struggle to find anything you would consider to be worth that much in Namai. Oh, 10 years worth of trades even if he doesn't have the weapons anymore? That's crazy. But yeah, I risked my life to obtain these guns. It is only fair I receive something substantial for them. I respect him. I respect his mercantile mindset. Let's call it. I feel like he was being maybe too steep, but maybe not. I can see the argument. If anything, I would like to say I would do the same in his shoes, so to speak. But I would probably not be bold enough to say that much. I would be like, okay, well, I can sell it for less, but that's why I'm admiring him. Let's learn to be a merchant. No, yet. Could you allow us some time to think? If that is truly what you require. Woohoo! Wait. But pray tell me, just what are those? Yeah, because this is a unique thing from this village, right? Yotsuyu, Gosetsu, it came up, persimmons. Well, they are persimmons. Are you not familiar with the fruit? Honestly, it could be very valuable for him to have it as a ware to sell. Oh, dude. That's so clever. If I were to use those to make an orange dye, I could create a magnificent apron that is mine and mine alone. That's what he's thinking of? Anyway, how about you trade me 100 persimmons for the weapons? Is that truly enough for you? Yes, yes. Do you agree to my proposal? Wait. Maybe he doesn't have that best of a merchant mindset. Wait, you gotta do better than that, man. Well, yes, I suppose we do. Oh my god. Khaiden, thank you oh so very, very much. These people have given me something of great value, and it was you who introduced them to me. Wait, I thought he would make a better deal than that. I don't know. Seriously? At least a constant trade of persimmons, and just for his apron? What? It's gonna come up again. We're gonna see more of this. More of a follow-up, you might say. They do look nice, don't they? Yotsu, you really like them. We'll see more of this as we unlock the Namasu quest. And I gotta think it's here. It's not here. Oh yeah, this is where the Swallow's Compass dungeon entrance was. There you go. We're also within the area for this whole thing. Now, what does the wiki say about this? Something fishy this way comes. That's what that next quest is. That's the first one you do. Gyoshin is who you get it from. And if I recall correctly, Gyoshin was there, and I don't see a quest called that. That's not good. Have we done all this just to find out we don't actually have this unlocked? Ugh, there may have been another requirement that I missed. That's okay though. If for any reason we can't do this today, I guess we'll leave it for another day, but like, I won't have a whole stream dedicated to just that. It will be part of other things we do. And as I said, when we do the 4.4 MSQ stream, oh yes, that will be the main focus though. Ideally, we also do Hildebrand, right? Some potentially long streams are also coming next week. It's not like we didn't have them this week. Uma Musume was 7 hours. 7+ hours, or was it rounded up to be 7 hours? Well, 7 hours either way. Last Wednesday. And so yeah, let's keep doing them. And I think the most likely one to be that way is the Kitakami start, the Teal Mask start for Pokemon Violet, right? Wait, maybe I'm in the wrong place. Gyoshin. No. I think we do have the quest, but it's not here. Where are you? The Azim Step? Floundering Namasu is the quest giver. Wait. The floundering Namasu seems to be in need of help, a lot of help. Okay. The Azim step. Where are we? No, yeah, because this is not it. You take it in a very different place here from the look of it. Alright, let's just teleport anywhere here and we'll find out. A good cutoff point for another quick PRP with 3 minutes of ads rolling in the purple dimension. So, rolling here in the purple dimension. So, I'll try not to take too long, alright, Dutch Gang? And we'll be right back and finally get started with the Namasu quests themselves. Stay tuned. Omatase shimashita. Thanks for waiting, Tej Gang. Hopefully that wasn't too long. I realized I didn't actually start running the ads until a few minutes into it, but better late than never. I wonder if I will just eventually return to having them be automatic. I might just do that. But I'll try to keep it in mind every time I do so. Purple Rain. Still love that name. That kind of rhymed. Wasn't intentional. Something fishy this way comes. I think that perhaps I do need to be in a gatherer or crafter class for that. Given what it is, a gathering class makes more sense, and well, I don't have a crafting class at level 70 or level 60 in this case. I'm kind of surprised it says level 60. Because this is for Stormblood, right? It is possible, though, that I have some other requirement that I'm not fulfilling. But yeah, a gatherer class... No, if anything, you should be a gatherer class. A crafting class would be in danger of getting attacked and killed. Gatherer would have sneak. Does have sneak, because again, I have botanist. And it's even like on level 71, I think. What happened to this Namasu? For floundering Namasu, though. Disposal of the land or hand. Time for the cowboy mode. I did leave it in the cowboy outfit, right? Yeah. Really, the only thing that's glamorized here is this, like these legs, this leg wear. The rest of it is actually the gear I am wearing right now. Here we are, though. What are we doing here? The poor Namasu. I mean, there's no water anywhere nearby. I can also see the problem. But, ugh. Namasu before you switch him vigorously. Dude, it looks so dead. That doesn't look good. I love this Wild West outfit, though. And in the middle of what kind of looks like a desert. That's so perfect. Though it seems to be in a bad way. It is unmistakably alive and will probably survive without your intervention. Oh, okay. Well, offer my prayers and move along. Okay. You have my best wishes. I just love this outfit. I want to keep it as a permanent cosmetic for gathering going forward. It would have to replace the other one. Because I'm only going to have so many glamour plates for things like this. Otherwise it would be excessive, I think. You there! Wait! Wait! What the heck? I am not dead! Far from it! And do not pretend that you thought I was! You okay? You okay? How fair of you to assume that aiding me would lead you to undertake a series of arduous tasks. I assure you that I require your assistance only this once. You see, fate, destiny, guided me to the Azin step. But as I wandered this unfamiliar land, I became increasingly lost and dry, parched, until I found I could no longer take even a single step. Random passerby, you will be traveling to Yangtze, yes? You will find that I am most portable, quite suitable for sacks. I ask only that you convey me to Gyore at Yusuka Manor. Please, please! How could I say no? How could I say no to that? No, I'll help you. Okay. I think we put him inside a sack, right? Society quest accepted. There it is. Bring the squirming sack to Gyore at Yusuka Manor. That's what makes it so funny. Alright. The long flight from Namai to Yusuka Manor. Seriously, did Gyorin just settle for nothing but those persimmons and nothing but that and only for the apron? He's gonna have a hard time becoming the great merchant he wants to be, though. He's gonna figure into them. I think he's gonna be like an NPC we interact with a lot. And he'll be, you know, you'll be able to tell him apart by the amazing orange apron he has or something. But persimmons are kind of rare. They really are not seen that much outside of Namai or outside of the whole area in general. Yotsuyu felt like she had to go all the way to Namai to get one, right? So if Gyore were to be selling them in some way or another, further distributing them, I think he would make a lot of money from that. Sucks for Namai because they're not the ones that could get the money directly. But maybe after... Oh, see, now I feel like I gotta go for these vegetation patches. Level 75, huh? Right, they'll just be a little bit more difficult, but... Nah, I'm just gonna go for wind crystals. It will be easier. Might as well do this, right? Shouldn't do it too much, though, because I expect we'll be doing way more as we do the first quests. Obviously, we should at least do a daily quest or two, right, for the Namazu. And I'll keep trying to keep doing them, you know, as I keep playing off stream, hopefully. More. Oh yeah, yesterday I went and redeemed the weekly Cagpot tickets. It's nice because I got an early bird bonus, given the time I was playing the game yesterday. Just had to wait a little bit, and then the weekly reset came. Like, I still have the time memorized. It's 10 p.m. Eastern time. Well, standard daylight savings. I guess that changes maybe, but I think in general it is meant to be 10 p.m. Eastern. Does that actually change? I can't remember. But well, right now it's 10 p.m. Eastern. Eastern time. Right now it's Eastern Daylight Time, but yeah. My, what an oddly shaped back you have. Does it look like it's your shape, like Namazu shape? Because I got a friend of yours, or I think it's a friend of yours. Oh, the poor Namazu. As long as he recovers. Because they look so freaking dead, it looks freaky. Looks freaky. Blech. Sorry, can't say the word. I am returned. Gyoshin? How did you come to be so desiccated? No, never mind that. I will bring water post haste. It's all about being dehydrated. See, a reminder to hydrate. Oh, there it is. Ah, much better. I've been hydrating decently. There is nothing like a deep draught of the One River's water. Another half-dozen jugs and I will be most fully refreshed. First, you might explain where you have been, and what of this traveler? Have you no words for him? Such an ill-mannered Namazu I have never seen. Oh, yes, slipped my mind entirely. Thank you, random passerby. This outfit is just so good for this sort of thing. I am Gyoshin, Namazu artisan, crafter of crafts. My deftness of fin is second to none. Yes, he will be almost admirable were he not so careless. Why, not a fortnight ago he wandered into the path of a falling vase and was knocked utterly unconscious. Indeed, that is how I came by this head wound. It was most excruciatingly painful, and though I made a full recovery and have been in perfect health ever since, I began to have unusual dreams. Yes, dreams of my greatest grandsire standing before me, shrouded in light. Oh, a Namazu warrior of light, eh? We're actually gonna see a glimpse into the dreams now? Oh. This is what's great about the Ally Society quests. Oh well, wait, was he the Namazu we saw inside the giant vase there? The big vase, I mean. He revealed that every 777 years, we must hold a 7-year celebration commemorating the birth of our tribe. Should we fail to do so, the Namazu will be most gruesomely annihilated once 7 years pass. 7 years! That's a lot of 7. Maybe that's the message telling me that I should pick up the extra classes and have 7 classes in total, not counting crafting. Anyway, maybe I should do 14 because it's a 14. Nah, I'm not gonna do it. Still not in my plans. It was kind of fun to think about the idea for a moment, but no. Leave it to the mannequins still, or the other armors and stuff. And so you immediately set forth on a journey to our homeland at the head of the One River, without so much as a thought towards preparation. Oh, what is their homeland actually? How reckless can you possibly be? I do not doubt it was distressing to you. A dream is no more than a dream. Yes. Hasten not to judge, for profound truth may lie in even visions of the night. Who said that? Intellectual sounding voice. Ooh. Whoa. Kakoi. This is the coolest Namazu we've seen so far. Who are you? None other than I, renowned member of the literati, Seigetsu the Enlightened. Oh? Whoa. Oh, it's just Gyofun. Always with his face buried in a book, a walking tome with whiskers. Our Gyofun. Ah. Speak not that name, no. I cast it aside long ago, for I have searched my soul and found my true name. Seigetsu the Enlightened! Seigetsu the Enlightened! How many times must I tell you? Yes, your soul has a lot to say, I am aware. Did you need something? Your soul has a lot to say, I am aware. This is why I detest imbeciles. But I will waste no further words on you and your deficiencies, for a matter of greater import demands our attention. The festival. In the course of my scholarly endeavors, I encounter a dated manuscript entitled The Epic of Ganon, which mentions an event that took place centuries past along the upper One River. This unforgettable spectacle, as the author describes it, was a festival held by our own ancestors. It is written that this festival marked our people's first step toward enlightenment, the advent of a civilized Namasu society. Even you must understand the significance. Though I suspect your vision is a byproduct of a few too many blows to the head, reviving this tradition is an excellent idea. At long last, the Namasu will emerge from the darkness of ignorance. Our cultural renaissance has arrived. I have no idea what that means, and I'm not sure if I care, but if you are offering to help, then I graciously accept. Well, I see there is no stopping you. I will accompany you then, but I must insist that we bring another. One with more than a passing familiarity with the region. Hi, hello. Thanks in advance! Okay, the face that I'm making here. I don't know, I could help you, but like, roping me into it. I'm the cowboy, I'm the one that throws the lasso and ropes you into things. Seriously, this cowboy outfit is so much fun. Braving the wilds as a botanist, that's what you do. Look at Seigetsu. You are insatiable curious as to why my orbital structure differs from that of my brethren, are you not? It is merely a physical manifestation of my surpassing intellect. I call it the gaze of the enlightened. The ocean is liable to wander off a cliff if left to his own devices. As a friend, I cannot let him make this journey alone. No. The wine of Namasu just adds a cherry on top to this whole thing, doesn't it? I love it. So, how much do you know about the steppe? I know my way around it. Completely. Pretty much. My word, not only have you spent many a day there, but you also claim victory in the Nadam on behalf of them all. Surely there is no guide more qualified to lead us. The what? I can only pity you, mired in the depths of ignorance as you are. Listen well. The Azim Steppe is home to valorous warriors known as the Sela. Were we to enter and carry on with our festival preparations unannounced, we would undoubtedly be skewered and served as hors d'oeuvre. I can't say that right. Hors d'oeuvre. Or perhaps steamed and served in a bus, as that is a rather more common delicacy among the steppes tribal peoples. I would rather not be served either way, thank you. That is precisely why we are fortunate to have encountered Khaiden. We need only for him to escort us to the captain of them all, whom we can petition for permission to hold our festival. I see. In that case, please lead us there. I am sure that my explanation of our mission will be quite convincing, most persuasive. At least I can vouch for you, because I don't know if you'll be that convincing, but I know them. Wait, actually, where are we going? I thought it would be like in the center there, and wait. I'm trying to remember a character named Temulun. They're from the tribe that was like the underdog tribe that were represented in the mall, right? That was the whole thing with that, I think. So many quests that are red. Freaks me out for a split second before I know that it's because I'm botanist. These are all combat job things. There's actually quite a few of them. No, wait. I can't tell their actual color. I'm like, do I have these many blue quests pending? They may not be blue. It's just hard to tell like this. And so many potential things I can collect here as botanist. Let's save that energy for the quests we're about to do here, because I won't be doing anything as a crafter. Oh yeah, there we go, Serena, Temulun. How have you been, Serena? It is lovely to see you again, Khaiden. I was delighted when I heard that the Elder Gods spoke of your return, though I must admit that I am unsure what to make of their description of the companions you are meant to introduce to us today. Nice, I'm glad that they have dialogue for that. What did Khagan mean again? See, I like that it's K-H-A, just Khaiden is like, it's a name that can mean a lot here too, maybe. Khagan, know you will always be of them all, wheresoever you go. Ours is the soil. Or maybe Khagan, but yeah. All the Namasu little squeaks. I bid you welcome, Khaiden. Glad are we to see that the gods have brought you to us once again. And I see you are in the company of Namasu. Hello, hello. Well, you see... I know what you seek. We have already readied a location for your celebration. Nice rhyme. How do you know? Clairvoyance? Witchcraft? I but heed the whispers of the gods. They spoke of 2 disciples of creation, traveling hither to hold a great celebration. Another great rhyme. One of whom would be a Namasu. Astounding. Are you perchance one of the mole's esteemed Udgan? I read of them in Narrow Road Through the Deep Grass. Wait. Yoshin must be the Namasu in question. But who is the second disciple of creation? Well, I've been known to dabble in gathering. Not the same as creation, but yes. One shock after another! You can locate things without barbels! Nice. Well, physical inadequacies notwithstanding, I'm sure that you would be a great help. Would you assist us, please, please? Yes. Sure thing. As long as I only have to do gathering, crafting, it's not up to the level. Then it is decided! Everything is settled! Indeed. I will have you shown to the grounds we have prepared. In the west stand the rocky cliffs of the towering Still, erstwhile home of the Doro. Their abandoned structures have fallen into disrepair, but with some effort, they can be repurposed. You are too kind, must consider it. I can hardly wait to see. They're gonna be way too ruined, aren't they? But that's where crafters come in. Not me. I don't know what I could possibly do with gathering herbs. Oh, wait, no, I can gather wood as well. That can help. I keep forgetting botany. I keep thinking of herbs and flowers first and foremost, but it's also stuff like trees, you know? It's not one of those MMOs where, like, a lumberjack is separate from an herb gatherer. There's the same thing in this case. Botany can mean that too, but yeah, in general, it tends to be more like herbs and flowers and things like that, right? And no, it does make sense. Oh, there we go. Lots of birds there. Right, we did see that mount as part of the mount roulette, right? Yeah, and like, there's glamour runs and then there's mount runs. I could still do a few of those. Would be fun for sure. The festival grounds can be found on the plateau above. Your Namasu comrades have already made their way there. Shall I show you to them? So funny that I came from above and now I gotta go back up. Okay. Nah, but it happens like that. What is this I see here? Fate? Oh, wait. It's related to that. Okay, we might have to do gathering over there. A river flows below the cliffs, so at least we need no worry for want of water. As the frame wandering Holen notes a narrow road through the deep grass, the Doro are a proud but reclusive people who eschew almost all contact with outsiders. Perhaps Doro Ilo's surroundings will yield some indication as to why. A wonderful location! Yes. These pavilions are rather dilapidated, quite decrepit, but I will have them fixed up in no time. I just realized this is gonna be the new location, and it's gonna have an aetheryte. This is gonna be the place. And the place we use for the thumbnail, the place... Okay, yeah. Alright. Yes, I am itching to get to work. Though the actual itching may be my fins drying out again. Who wants to carry me down to the river? That's a lot of experience. Well, enough for a level up right there. Nice. Because you're unlocking the Ally Society of the Namasu for the first time. We're still getting there, but let's go on. I just love that I'm still so excited about this. We do MSQ. We see amazing, epic things involving gods of creation, primals. All sorts of world-threatening things, epic battles with Xeno's Galvus and Shinryu and this and that, and then group content, epic raids of 24 plus people. And I say plus because we have NPCs sometimes accompany us, right, as part of the story. They're just not actually involved in the gameplay fighting. But yeah. Massive efforts like that, epic stuff. Tsukuyomi. And dungeons. Because I'm talking about optional content too. Eureka! Which is like, it could even be over 100 people in there. But then this is still exciting. Have I told you how much I love this game? I'm glad to be more back on it, you know. The little unintended hiatus from streaming, it also ended up being more of a hiatus from F14 than I would have wanted it to be. It's good to be back on it too, hopefully playing it more off stream. As I said, Pokemon Violet is taking my attention a little bit, as it feels a mystery, as is Uba Musume. But that's a bit easier to play casually. Oh, you know what I didn't tell you yesterday? I'm gonna call out Alluring a little bit. When we were playing last night, the Maniac was playing Uma Musume on his phone while he was doing things. While he was healing. We were joking that he was like letting us die. I don't think he was letting it get to that bad of a point, really. Not really. But like, it's funny because then he died. I think he's rusty from also not playing as much of a 14 lately, or at least some of those classes he was trying, or jobs I should say. But like, oh, I'm dead, well, and he's the healer, so like, the only healer. So he's not gonna be revived. Oh well, more Uma Musume I get to play. He was letting it be heard through the microphone. But yeah, like, I gotta see if I can be okay playing it on my phone. It's a game that just adapts so well to it, right? Unlike a Genshin, to me, not that I actually tried it, but Genshin, Honkai, Crystal of Atlan, they are available on phones as well, but like, the way they play on PC, like, how the hell do I play that on my phone and be okay with it? I'm not gonna like it. I'm gonna hate the hell out of that. Maybe Honkai is okay, turn-based battles, but there's still, you know, movement that lends itself better to WASD and mouse, or at least a controller. And yeah, come to think of it, was I playing Honkai Star Rail with a controller? It's been forever since we've done a stream for that. I do miss the game, but yeah. Anyway, let's see here. I worry not for the grounds. Kyoshin lacks many things, but zeal is not among them. Attire, however. Are you implying something about my fashion sense? Oh, to be so ignorant. What you fail to realize is that festivals are not mere entertainment, but rather divine rituals. It is simply unacceptable to wear one's usual apron, couture notwithstanding. That might be where our friend that has the orange apron comes in. According to Hibari Sai's An Account of Myself, the people of Hingashi traditionally don happy, colorful vestments resembling coats on such occasions. Happy. Hope I'm pronouncing it right. I don't want it to sound like the English word happy, right? Happy. That double P right there. I can see we'll have the Chisaitsu if you write it with hiragana. It's gotta have kanji though. I think I know exactly the outfit they're talking about. It's definitely one associated with festivals. Hey, a preview of when we go to Kitakami in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Well, Pokemon Violet. It's not the outfit they make you wear as a player character, but the happy is like... I associate it with like... people doing like, I don't know, pushing cars or something, like... feats of strength? Or I don't know why I'm associating it with that, or kind of sumo. It's not that necessarily, but... I recall there was this Human Gear in Kamen Rider 01. This character that was meant to be a Human Gear, basically an android, a cyborg, that was gonna be like a happy wearer and performer of the activities associated with that in festivals and the Dodo Human Gear. Anyway, I can produce an illustration based on what I have gleaned from my readings. However, creating the happy themselves is quite another matter. Alas, where my intellect excels, my dexterity leaves something to be desired. How fortunate that I am adept at Natsuin then. Yes, I can make your design a reality. But considering the volume of detailed work required, another pair of fins would be ideal. Can I count on your assistance, Khaiden? Not for crafting, but I can gather the ingredients maybe. Thank you. Kyofu, Seigetsu, the Enlightened, can you decide what to delegate? But of course, my prodigious analytical capabilities have made it clear to me that it would be most efficient for Khaiden to procure Azim strawberries as pigment for our happy dye. Texts indicate that they are found in Western Seoul, Ain. Yeah, his dialogue would be different if I were as a crafter class. Or if I were miner. I'm so curious to see the different dialogues here. And I really want to see the wiki for this, but yeah. He will understand your crafting or gatherer class perfectly. How would Fish even figure into this, I wonder? If I were as Fisher. Maybe you can do it as Fisher. But Botanist and Miner do figure into it. Wait, let me check the wiki. If they have the difference in dialogue there by any chance. There we go. Happy components. Oh, crafting, it doesn't matter, it's the same thing. Right, because crafting tends to be special when you do it for ally societies, right? I forgot about that. As a miner, gather 3 red malachite. As a botanist, gather 3 azim strawberry. As a fisher, catch a sun shell. Interesting. And as a crafter, synthesize 3 happy components. Requires happy component materials. This will be fun, this will be fun. Okay. I'm not gonna see all the dialogue, that was enough for me to see. Rest assured that you may devote your full attention to this assignment. Simply deliver what I requested of you to Gyode, and we will handle the rest. Western Seoul Ain. I might check the wiki for this, but... Western Seoul Ain. Okay, wait. Azim strawberries. Whoa. When did I activate caps lock like that? Azim, nah, they're not showing up like this. This is different, right? Okay, let me see the wiki again then. Also, you're free to tell me in the chat, but Western Zeal IN level 60. No, wait. Level 60 lush vegetation patch in the Azim step. Western Zeal IN. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right. Coordinates are 11.1, 14.0. Western Seal Ain. What area is that? Oh, probably need to zoom in and it will tell me. But the coordinates 11.1x. Yeah, it can't be that far away, right? But then 14y. Yes, I see. This is the area, Seal Ain. It's not the exact area right there, but close enough. Lush vegetation patch is what we're looking for. You know, you would think crafting is faster to level up than gathering. It is if you have a lot of money, maybe. But then also, leveling up is one thing, but finishing the quests, the class quests, is another. Or maybe not easier, but faster. No, yeah, faster is the word I use, I think. But yeah, the problem is that there comes a point in which you need to, like, pretty much go through like a daily or weekly quest system, gather a bunch of currencies, eventually buy something there, and then get new recipes, and then craft the thing. And that's where I'm stuck right now with that a winter sale quest for leather worker right now. So I'll have to really read up on that system, see how it works. Let's see, let's find the lush vegetation patch again. Hopefully this is the right one. It may not be the right one either. Like a lush vegetation patch. I think I actually need to fly to reach it. But let's keep to the ground. I just need to keep using the skill over and over. See, sneak. If I hit it again, that's where I can get killed because I stop sneaking around. That's what these spheres that are constantly hovering around me are. So I put it here so I would avoid hitting it accidentally, but it can still happen. I can still kind of mess it up. It's Control plus, which is one of the buttons on my gaming mouse. But I mean, it's like, what's the word? Macro to that? Ooh, what is this? Unspoiled mature tree. Wait, I gotta give it a try because it's going to disappear after a little while. Yeah, you see, you can get distracted doing gathering like this. I don't know how far away this is. It doesn't show up on your main map. You can only see it from the mini-map. How far away is it? Not that far away, I think. Getting closer. And then the thing I get from it, what do I even do with the bloody thing? If it takes up space in the inventory, I could have I should have a retainer cell, whatever this is. Let's ensure we get it. Perfect. Oath Guardian Plum. Seriously, I feel like there's some lag going on with like crafting. Not crafting, sorry, gathering. There's a little delay when you hit the skill, when you hear the sound of the thing. I don't know what's up with that, but anyway, that was worth it. Othardian plum, what is this for? What recipes use this? Cooking. Jellied compote. I should have a retainer sell this. List that on the market for sale. Okay, so let's go back to around the area, because if I look for lush trees around here or patches, it's going to be different. It's not going to be the thing we're looking for. We must go back here. As long as they don't have me search for another unspoiled mature tree, you know, it's not something that will be that time consuming. But yeah. Okay. And this time, yeah, let's just be mounted up from the get-go. But nice, they got an unspoiled mature tree. In case you don't know, Tajigang, I may be mistaken, but my understanding from them is that they're only available at certain times of the day. Now, it's an in-game day, so like it's not 4 p.m. IRL, and like if you miss that 4 p.m. window, you gotta wait like an actual 24 hours. No. It's in-game time. I forget where you check it exactly. There's a thing that tells you like the time of day, but not the exact time. And this is server time. This is different. Or wait. Oh no, wait, yeah, this is the Orsia time. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's this right here. Though you need to use the option to display it like that. Otherwise, it shows a different time. Where's the thing I'm looking for? I think it's right here. Very similar to the other ones we were collecting earlier. Okay. We wanted... This is not what I was looking for. So I guess I couldn't find what I wanted here, huh? It's Azim strawberries, right? None of these are that. I'm just gonna collect earth crystals. I must make sure I have a good supply of them also for crafting. If I want to go crazy with collecting a lot of them, I could even sell a lot of those on the market, but it needs to be a very large number of them. And of course I bought from people. If I keep doing crafting though, I mean, I wouldn't actually get money from crystals or gems or whatever I collect. I'm gonna use them instead. It's different. But okay, at least we got something helpful out of this, but it's not what we're looking for. It said it's a lush one, right? Azim strawberry, thankfully. Let me check the log for the dialogue we had before. I could have sworn they said lush, right? I think, no, it said that in the wiki, rather. Level 57 harvesting from level 60 lush vegetation patch in the Azim steppe, Western Seal, Ain. I can't say the word. Anyway. Yeah, so if it's not around the area and it's taking me too far away from it. Yeah, I didn't realize how far away this is. That's definitely not the area. Around here, actually. And like, specifically more around here? Wait. Let me just match the coordinates that they showed there as closely as possible. Just to be on the safe side. Yeah, that was my mistake. I actually left the area. This is not it. But there's no lush vegetation patch nearby. How far is it taking me? 52 yoms, it says. I think it's the same problem as before. So then I'm just gonna search for regular vegetation patches and trees instead. Oh, wait. Please tell me that's the one. Here? It's not. Ah, that's annoying. Nah, it's making me go super far away again. Then where to go exactly? This is tougher than I expected it to be. The Wild West can be like that, that's why we're dressed like this. Yeah. I could have also gone haywire after I finished the level 70 botanist quest and bought the whole set of this, like, for level 68, I think it was. Okay, I'm gonna search normal ones. Let's find them around here. Ah, there we go. It is a lush vegetation patch. Yeah. It's just that the normal skill may search something that's not that lush. Nah, I misread that. That was my bad. It's here. It should be here. There we go. What was these skills again? It comes to gathering nodes, hidden items. Ooh. Nothing here. Alright. Uses 200 GP. Maybe I should have done that with the unspoiled mature tree. That would be the rarest of rare items, maybe. Yeah, we got extra ones. What the hell do I do with those extras? Oh! They're for Namazu Society quests. Feels like I should keep more. Well, now let's gather lightning crystals. So let's gather lightning crystals. You can never have too many of those. Well, if you're doing a lot of crafting anyway. That's the only thing they're used for, right? I almost recall, maybe I'm thinking of FF11. My goodness, it's been over 3 years since we played it, but like... I recall there was something very, very, very early in the game in which we used them, or at least they were kind of teaching me about the system, but... For a while before I really started going, like, into crafting, I was like, yeah, whatever happened to those things? Well, now we know the answer. But alright. But yeah, if I'm correct, that will be a permanent location for them. Or wait! The Aetherite has been here all this time. And I was already attuned to it. Yeah, there we go. It's just gonna have more going on to it. Yeah, this big rock. They're gonna have like a big Namasu decoration, I think. It's gonna be great. What is this? Ah, it would be if I were a crafter. Okay. You have what we need? I thought you might still be stuck in unwilling conversation with Seigetsu the Enlightened. I mean, I like what he has to say. He's actually very wise. But... got what you need. Yoshin has made significant progress as well. And with nary a gaping wound to show for it. I expect that everything will be ready shortly. Yes, yes. So please take this opportunity to rest. Oh, here we go. Which material should we get? Might as well, you know, try one of those. Gathering, GP. Let's have a little increase for GP, maybe. Yeah, should material meld into this armor, maybe. But at this point, I should begin trying to get, like, level 71 armor. Only that it involves Shadowbringer areas I may not have access to yet. Unless I go for the market board and see what people are selling there. Yeah, because that was the way to get one of those. It was gonna be over 400,000 gil in total for the whole thing. Ooh, it's being built though. It's being built. It's coming together. Look at this. Look at this. Matsuri, Matsuri! Oh, yes! Yes. Yes. This is the happy fit. It looks so good on them. Yeah, I've seen them wear this before in screenshots and stuff. Now I'm finally seeing it in motion. Nice. Yoshin has made progress in repairing the pavilions. These pavilions should be suitable housing for a large cohort of volunteers. Yes, yes. According to my vision, we must aim to attract 777 participants to avert complete and total annihilation, which means we have only 770 or so to go. Right, this explains why, even though this is a festival, it's gonna keep going for you, you know, to be doing reputation quests. Because it goes on for 7 years. Okay. With this festive happy, I am sure we will recruit the rest in no time. Please continue to lend us a fin in the coming days. I'm happy to do that, why not? Who knew Botany could take us to Wild West Namasu things? Whoa! What the heck is going on? Oh, only 7 years remain until the Namasu are forever wiped from the face of Heidelin. Ooh! Jeez! But today their ambitious plans to defy this fate are in motion. What will become of them? Just wanted to say hey before I go to bed. Have a good night, hey Khaiden. You too, Mist. Good to see you. Your name looks pink now. Is that intentional? Well, it looks great. But yeah, thanks for dropping in. There it is, the 777 Society quest unlocked. Nice, nice. Friendly reputation. There we go. But yeah, Oyasumi Nakai, Mist. Namasu Society quests are now available from Seigetsu the Enlightened at Doro Ilo. You may now purchase wares from Gyosho. I'm surprised that Namasu we helped earlier is not figuring into it. He'll figure into it when we go further. Look at this now. I could have sworn there was a giant decoration meant to be here. Maybe when we advance further into it. Intentional, yes, good night. Oyasumi Nakai. Let's get these repairs. Now, let's see what the first quests are. And, how many allowances did I have again? Well, let's see the vendor. Matsuri! Let's go! Namasu Koban exchange. You know what? I'm gonna check the wiki to know what we're gonna get at later reputation levels. I'm very curious about it. Namasu daily quests. Namasu daily quests. Quests. Happy music. And that, this time I do mean happy, the word in English. Not happy. Now, you see the teal mask is gonna hit different when we get to it soon. But let's see. Oh, and you receive an item reward. As botanist, I will receive cordial. What was cordial for again? You get crystals as any of the other crafting classes. Yeah, there's a crystal associated with each of them. Wind, fire, ice, earth, lightning. Anyway, restores 300 GP. Right. Is that what I have equipped right there? No, this is high cordial. Right, let's remember I have that. I should be making more use of it. Be a bit stingy with it, yes, but I should be using more. Now, the rewards. Let's see, of course, ventures. A stuffed Namasu. I'm guessing that's a decoration for housing. Basket of steamed buns. Ooh. Tabletop. Yeah. Kawaii. Oroniri cloth. What is this? Namasu effigy. Wow. Oroniri cloth is a material for crafting. Wind up Magnai and Master Weaver 6? Dude. Well, we should try. That's a character I've yet to meet, I think. But yeah, we should try to pick up Weaver after all. Mikoshi Flute, yeah, that's in Bloodthorn, and that's, you know, for a mount. Namasu Framer's Kit. Big One Festival Float. What is that? Outdoor furnishing. Aha. One day I shall finally get myself a house. One day. Namasu mask. Oh, it's literally a Namasu face, like the whole face. A helmet is more accurate, maybe. Yeah, this will be nice. The Kojin are the ones that have like a complete armor. That's actually very crazy. Namasu Mender Permit, Manservant Permit, Junkmonger Permit. Attendee number 777. That's a minion, isn't it? The final attendee! Let's go! You do need to reach that number. Does it need to be exactly that number? If you exceed it, is that okay? What did they say in the dialogue? Let me see. It didn't say either way. No, wait. We have only 770 or so to go. They didn't say if it needs to be that as the minimum or it needs to be that exact number. And if the participants are non-Namasu, is that okay? Let's see. UFO, your unidentified festive objects. We had 12 allowances in total. And then we'd have different quests on a different crafting class. I like to see the difference, you know, by taking a class to this level. That would be fun to look at. You know, Leather Worker I think is at level 60 at least. And I may not have the quest completed yet, but I think I should be able to do the Heaven Sword stuff, which I think are the Mughals. I want to see that for sure. Impeccable timing, Khaiden. Under my exhaustive scrutiny, the Chrysanthemum and the Dango, page 185, figure 3, has revealed another important, I dare say indispensable, element of festival preparation. Purification of the venue. If our event is to be a truly cultural affair, we mustn't neglect this preliminary ritual. Thus I took the liberty of hiring a man to prepare the necessary implements, but I worry he fails to grasp their significance. Pray seek him at Tao Kal and impress upon him the gravity of his task. What are the other quests? Let's see. The importance of being yes. Have you perchance encountered my errand boy? Grey, rotund fellow with a vacant gaze? No. I dispatched him with orders to procure additional happy materials some time ago, but have seen neither fin nor barble of him since. You surely recognize that I cannot waste my talents tracking wayward lackeys. The festival would collapse into uncivilized chaos where I neglect my intellectual endeavors for but a moment. If you are not otherwise engaged, can you search for him in my stead? His sojourn should have brought him to Molillo, so you are likely to find him in the vicinity. If you discover him to have encountered complications, I trust you will ameliorate the situation. Big intellectual words. What is ameliorate? Never heard that word before, I think. Aha! Just the long-legged associate I was searching for. I have devised an addition to our event schedule. A pilgrimage! I trust you are available to participate? As you are doubtless aware, the Namasu tribe originated on this very step, and traces of our heritage remain to this day. A pilgrimage will involve paying visit to those spiritual locations where our ancestors once trod. Well, swam, you take my meaning. Our traditions include a particular orison in his whisker's name. Speak these words... Orison or Horizon, I wonder. Anyway, speak these words where the Hakal cascades into the Sea of Blades and at the shrine of Chakazo. Of course, you are free to embellish on the prayer if you find it lacking in sophistication. I often do so myself. Right, many of these may not necessarily involve gathering something. Just like when you do other reputation quests. You know, you're not a gatherer, you're not a crafter, you're in a job, you're in a combat class. But it may still just be fetching something, collecting herbs, but just without being a botanist. You know, collecting something, delivering a message to someone. Yeah, the Kojin often have one in which you deliver something to a merchant, where you take one of those, what were they called again? Underwater creatures, and you feed them, and it's always fun. I don't yet have that as a mount, do I? Sooner the better. If I need to advance in those reputation quests, then let's progress through them. Let's advance through them, you know? Anyway. Let's do this either way. We have to go all over the Azim step. Imagine doing this without either currents attuned and the quest finished. You gotta be able to fly around. His whiskers. In say mode. Several Namasu have come here recently, speaking words solemn and strange, much like you did just now. It would seem that this place holds some significance to them. What that might be, I cannot imagine. Chakajo enshrines the bones of the worm slayer Chaka, a woman bold yet wise. She was by no means an associate of the Namasu. There's some history there that we don't know about. I get the feeling the Enlightened will tell us about that. Shoutouts to Fall Guys, which I have not played in so many months now. I miss it, I do miss it. So many things have happened. Ranked is one of those things, but yeah. Seigetsu the Enlightened sent you. Thank goodness. He tasked me with assembling the most random assortment of objects. Please help me. According to the list he gave me, we need holy pine bows for ritual wands. Well, that certainly sounds difficult and time-consuming. How about you harvest verdant branches from the vegetation around Chakazo? I'm sure we can make a convincing argument as to their holiness. Yes. Could you save me some trouble by making the delivery directly to Seigetsu the Enlightened? I would rather not spend several unpaid hours hearing about the cardamom and the dango. No. Understandable, though. See, they are paying all the people working for the festival. I thought they would need to do it at kind of a volunteering basis for the sake of the festival, or as an attendee. No. There needs to be an economy to it. But it goes on for 7 years, right? And you'll never get to a point in the story, I think, where those 7 years have actually passed. So I am kind of putting in head continuity. Not even head canon. Head continuity is even more accurate to say here. The years are passing as the story goes on, but they always are implying at least that it's not that long. At most it's a year, but it's also, it's a bit crazy. Whoa, woe is me! I have encountered complications! If only someone would ameliorate them. Ah, ameliorate indeed. Oh, what a surprise to see you here, standing in silence mere eons away. Yes, please never do it again. I was absorbed in thought, you see. I have promised to trade with them all for materials we can use in our festive happy, and brought some thin-crafted fineries along for this purpose. But then when I least expected it, a flock of yolls swooped down upon me! Luckily, I was able to liberate myself from their talons. Yes. Less luckily, we were at least a mom in the air by then. By the time I regained solid ground and consciousness, my fineries were gone. I have no choice but to remake what I have lost. But I am only one Namazu, and require many fineries for trade. Will you lend me a fin? This is where you get the difference in your profession, right? Whether you're a crafter or a gatherer. Crafters, I think, always craft the same thing no matter the class. A special thing only for this quest, but botanist, miner, fisher, that's where it becomes different. And for botanist, specifically, I find myself in need of more steps, a flower. Yes, yes, can you harvest some? I have had success looking in the lush patches southeast of Mole Illo. Please return to me when you are ready. I will craft the finest of fineries. Yes, yes. So nice to be able to do it as both Disciple of the Hand and the Land. I can see why they consolidated both into one. Whoa. For some reason, I thought that Morble had balloons on his head. I don't know why. Or Morble, or whatever the name is. They have different names, depending on, like, the tier of enemy they are. Purple. Ah. That quest that was called Purple Rain, I think I have a good idea what it's about. Okay, I'm getting distracted by lush vegetation patches. Let's take a detour. Oh, wait, yeah, this is the thing I'm supposed to gather, actually. There we go. Oh, yeah, let's not use any skills. Yeah, because the extra ones... They're still for Namasu Society quests. I'll take more. Might as well have a few more. The only problem, of course, is the inventory space. Things that are used in Allied Society quests... Was I putting them in the Chocobo saddlebag? Let me see. I had other things related to gathering, but... I can't remember. Nah, some of these things will leave this saddlebag and they'll go to... What was this for? Oh, crafting material. They'll go towards a retainer because I'm using them less often, at least for now. But yeah. What are the tombstones going on right now? Allegory? Okay. Those 7 I have, I'll have to do something with them, I guess. I haven't been taking part in the Moogle Treasure Trove. There's still a bit over a week left, right? This next Tuesday from there is a week. I don't think I'll be doing anything, really. I did a few things that gave me those things, but I wasn't doing them for that purpose. Oh, are you a fellow pilgrim? According to Seigetsu the Enlightened, long ago this was the site of a fierce battle between clansmen. The victors became our Namasu ancestors. Yes, yes. The others swam down this waterfall in defeat, and eventually became underworld catfish. But could catfish really live beneath the ground? It seems unrealistic to me. I get the feeling we've seen them in a quest before, or we'll see them in a future quest. Or both. But it's just chill, right? And we're just gonna do the first quest for this. I'm not just gonna keep doing a stream for every time we're gonna do the quests, obviously. But the first time we're unlocking this, right? Let's take a look at them. I can definitely see myself just having a chill time doing these. Off stream. While listening to another person's stream or something, for example. Or maybe while queuing up. I just have to make sure I switch classes quickly enough. Did everything go to plan? Are all your assorted fingers intact? They are indeed. The others I gathered, if they can still be used right away, then yeah, I'll be able to just turn them in immediately. Thank you, thank you. I will fashion these into fineries and deliver them to the mall forthwith. Otherwise, I might delete them from my inventory because, just delete them. Can I trouble you to relay my tribulations to Seigetsu the Enlightened? He doubtless wonders about the delay. Actually, I'm gonna delete the strawberries. Let's remember I want to give this to my retainer. These... I'm not gonna sort the inventory so I can see them right there. Dude, yeah, we have even more in the inventory now. Rathalos Scale Moonstone. What the heck is this thing for again? Yeah. I'm gonna allow more things to be deleted. These things here. Or I could still make a retainer sell them. It may be okay. Nah. I'm gonna be more strict with that. A lot of those things are safe for later tiers of crafting. But nah, you know what? I'll just fork over the gil as needed and screw it. Let's read the inventory of them. So yeah, I still wanted to try doing something like Heaven on High, and well, still going to Eureka. They may still have a place in future streams, in which we're also doing all this batch content. There's potentially one in which we catch up with the remainder of everything Stormblood related, or most things Stormblood related, after we finish 4.5 and before we start Shadowbringers itself. Also, what were the other quests? Gather burden branches south of Chakazon. Wait. Chakazon burden branches. They're not gonna show it on the map, I forget. Before I report to Seigetsu the Enlightened again, this seems south enough of Chakazon. I'm gonna try to figure it out without checking the wiki. Let's see. Around here. Didn't even have to search for any patches. Let's see if they have what we're looking for. Excellent! That's what we were looking for. We only need 3 of them. Let's not do quick gathering them. 3. No more than 3. And the remaining swing of my, what was this thing called again? Will be used for lightning crystal. Wait, did I do more than 3? Huh. Oh, because I got extra from 1. Right. Nah, I just threw away the extra 1. Part of me does kind of want to pick up Miner, but for now I'll keep waiting on it. If I do pick up Miner, it will be great for armor and materials. I'll be able to level that up even faster. Did you two succeed in preparing the ceremonial paraphernalia? I do know that word paraphernalia, at least. My intellectual friend. Ah, thank you. This is just what we require for our purification ritual. Now we need only cleanse the grounds with pure water, scatter salt, offer a sacred Tamaguchi branch to the kami, skewer a fish with a stick, and... the fish thing would have been me as a fisher, right? Bringing the fish. You cannot comprehend the meaning behind these actions, you say? Fret not, nor do I. That itself is proof of our sophistication. For what is culture than a collection of rituals both vague and peculiar? What defines civilization, if not the ability to expend effort on tasks of uncertain origin and purpose? Interesting perspective. I kind of agree with it and also disagree with it, both at the same time. Anyway, indeed, our festival must aim for ever greater heights of incomprehensibility if we are to reach true enlightenment. Our course forward is clear. Fascinating. That cordial. Yeah, I didn't have any. Let's keep it in the inventory. This needs to be discarded, though. I'll keep it in the inventory there for now. Again, I don't want to sort because I'll forget I have this thing and that I got it from, you know, an unspoiled mature tree. I take it you return with information? Precisely as I imagined. He is a hard-working fellow, but a veritable beacon for misfortune. I dare say his poor luck alone could bring about the Namazu's annihilation. As for you, I have no doubt that your efforts this day will have a profound effect on the outcome of our festival and contribute to the enlightenment of Namazu one and all. Probably. Probably. As we keep advancing in reputation and we get more of the story, I think not only are we going to see more of those decorations I was talking about, we'll see more attendees, right? This all culminates with one final quest that puts you at Allied or Bloodsworn, whichever one is the final rank. Maybe all 777 are there, or when you have maximum reputation with all the factions, all the allied societies in Stormblood, there's a quest that links them, or at least I think there is. That's where it truly gets exciting, you see? Is it me, or can you see this part of my weapon right here? It looks like a fork, doesn't it? It's like this is partly a fork right here. No, this actually helps with like vegetation, right? Yeah. I appreciate your cooperation in journeying to the locales I specified. Your efforts have played a vital role in convincing our participants that they are authentic spiritual sites. Please avert your disapproving glare. Pilgrimages require holy sites. It is hardly my fault that no written records regarding those of antiquity are extant. Ah, he invented them? Okay. You know what? I can be okay with that. Although, it's not nice to deceive people in that way, but okay. In any case, the authenticity of the sites is irrelevant so long as pilgrims have a meaningful spiritual experience on which to build. Hingan traditions may be sophisticated now, but their ancients found spirituality through the worship of mountains, trees, and even fish. Fish! Okay, so what you're saying is, you are making them be holy by saying they are holy and really believing in that. If it's like that, then that's okay, right? There you go. And that is all we can do with the Namasu today. Either way, it's only gonna be those 3, right? We could definitely still do 3 with the Ananta, 3 with the Kojin or so. But we're actually gonna leave the stream with this right here. We'll end FF14 with that. And yeah, I'm just gonna exit the game right here. I think it's okay. The in special reputation would work. But that is it right there. We really left it to be chill. I still want to see what I can do trying Heaven on High one day. And even that would have just been the beginning or so of it. We wouldn't have done all the floors or something. Was that the one where I was told by you, Tajigang, that it would also involve like extreme platforming or something? I'll have to prepare myself for that mentally. We'll have to see. But I think that's good enough for the stream right here. We'll still leave all of those things for another stream. What I am hoping to bring either way is these ally societies and their next reputation quest. For the Kojin, for the Ananta, they can be done for sure. Really, if all of them are truly at neutral, actually, didn't it say that I was at friendly? No, wait, no, never mind. They are at different tiers, yeah, which is alright too, though. With the Kojin, it will take longer. With the Ananta, I think just the 3 daily. We're at 720 right away. Namazu will require a few more days. How many did I get from each of them? And yeah, the others will have higher tier ones. But it's all quite straightforward, I think. So that will do right there. Let's exit the game right here. In this chill way. We end the week right here because, you know, next week or the next few weeks as we start August. Whoa, what happened to my tracking there? Oh, I think I got a little glitch. It's not the audio glitch I was talking about, but one of my monitors kind of turned off for a moment and it messed things up. I don't think that's what's been happening with that audio glitch though, because I didn't see the monitors flicker. That happens here and there. It worries me a little bit. But anyway, that should be the end of the stream. Right here. Right here. A more chill affair from the other things we've been doing in F14 lately. But if we are not doing MSQ next week, we may do a bit of this Ally Society stuff, as I said, but I think there's a high chance we'll at least do things such as Eureka and Heaven on High. And that will be a very big deal. Because, or at least, you know, it will be way more intense than what we did today in F14. So do watch out for that sort of thing, Tajigang. The more I think about it, the more I think I may go in that direction. So I hope you'll bear with me as we delay the MSQ a little bit further. Alfino can wait wherever it is that he went with that person, those people, stranded wherever they are. It may have been better for him. I think things would have gone terrible for him had he gone to the Empire, though he knew what he was signing up for. But anyway, Hildebrand will also have to wait a little bit, but it's all for a good cause. I don't want to like split every single patch into 3 or 4 streams, so that would be a lot. And well, the .0 patches, the expansions themselves, it's a different story. It's good to have a format for it though. The more blind we do it, the less of a format we have. Again, that's something that's gonna figure into Legends EA. But it's been a fantastic stream week. All the streams went nicely enough. Insanity we did in Uma Musume. If we do it again this week, and I think we will, we won't have such a long stream. If anything, that should be safe for Pokemon Violet, which is most likely gonna be on Friday. There's a small possibility I may switch the dates of F14 and Pokemon. For reasons that are not just, you know, the alliteration, Final Fantasy Friday. So I do that again. No, you know what? Let me zoom in again after all. There we go. That is a lot better for the screen. Now, I mean, we have 14 Fun Day here, right? We just turned Sunday into Fun Day. It can be that. But no, like, for other reasons as well, just the start time would be the same. And it could be worth gauging that. Were it not because we also have the showcases of the games, yeah, I probably would be doing something like multiple FF14 streams a week. Here and there, I had considered doing like a special week in which we only do FF14 or mostly F14. We haven't had one of those in a while in which we focus in on one game or something, but I don't think there's room for those anymore. Maybe a themed week like we had, for example, to celebrate Kamen Rider Geats' launch or Gacha's launch. We had the Battle Royale week, we had a card game week. We had Triple Triad as the F14 stream for that week, and only nothing but Triple Triad. Wasn't that fitting? But yeah. For Gav, there was nothing we could do, right? Because it would be What do I play? I play Candy Crush the entire week. That's the closest we got to like sweets or food themed games in that case. Now we have Kamen Rider Sests. I'm probably mispronouncing it. I'm gonna learn the pronunciation for it. Setsu. Sests. Very zesty. But yeah, the shoulder belt thing is just so damn good, I'm so in love with it. They are executing it so well from what I've seen already. They dropped a full-length teaser now. That's about 2 minutes long. I gotta take a look at it. And they're going even more global than they've ever done it before. They may finally be doing what Ultraman has been doing in that there's official English subtitles. And if Toei Tokusatsu World Official becomes worldwide, like you can sub to it anywhere in the world and everything will have subs that are official, that would be amazing. We might be seeing the beginning of that. Hey, it took them over 50 years, but damn it, better late than never. Yeah, actually next year is the 55th anniversary, right? And this Kamen Rider Sests is the 40th rider overall, out of the primary riders anyway. I'm digressing though. I can see a theme that would apply to video games, unless we keep wearing shoulder belts in the games we play. And as I said, I wanted to bring something like that into my design permanently from here on. I have the thing here, right? That works. But it would be used also as a sash. Think of Boy Scouts, you know? I keep seeing Peak here and there. We still haven't played it. I haven't even purchased it, but if the opportunity for a collab for that comes, I probably will, and we'll do things with it. And I'm gonna keep falling to my death over and over. But, you know, they're Boy Scouts, or they're Nature Scouts, I should say. They're not just boys, after all. And they have, like, the badges across the sash, and I'm like, oh yeah, I guess I'm a Boy Scout now, huh? But no, it can be a sash that has writing on it. I love that thing as well. I love that sort of thing as well. We're collecting the badges, though, and we're showcasing them in spectacular fashion. I may, you know, you never know, though. It may change into being something very different in a future design. And instead it will be more like, what's it called? Like military upper outfits or imperial, in which the badges are there to the side, or medals, I should say. But they're more in a horizontal spread, you know? Several rows, something like that instead. It depends. When I first kind of experimented doing that on my current design, that was my first thinking. But then I realized, wait, this thing right here, oh my god, this is perfect. So yeah, whatever way I can squeeze that into video games now, I do it. Hey, whatever reason I can have to wear my crown on top of my head, I do. No reason here, though, it would be forceful to do so on the FF14 stream. I guess the closest thing we could have is that you redeem the form change that you can redeem with star particles, which are the channel points, of course, and it does that. But anyway, obviously Pokemon will always have that. I will say though, heading into Kitakami, I will not be wearing the crown that I have as Paldia champion anymore, sort of another start in another region. I always be champion, of course, and I will not be wearing the badges anymore. I don't think we'll earn any badges in like Blueberry Academy or Kitakami, but I know there is something like an Elite Four in Blueberry. So I'll have to see how that works. And so, if it all goes to plan, we will be starting the Teal Mask this week. This Friday or maybe Sunday if I move that to another day. I doubt I'll be moving it to Wednesday. At least, you know, going forward. And I don't mean just this week, like going forward. But also, just this week, there's a possibility we don't have Pokemon and I focus on something else. But we shall see. We shall see. Stay tuned for that, alright? I'll publish the schedule as soon as possible, as always. We'll end the stream right here with a raid, Tachi Gang. Let's end the week just like this, just right here. Thanks so much for stumbling upon my words. Sorry, my mouth moves faster than my brain sometimes. Or does it go the other way around? Anyway, ADHD mania, okay? Thanks for watching, Tachi Gang, alright? Mite kurete arigato. Otsukaresama desu. I'll see you around next week.